Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night where anyone can come up, and we'll be reacting to some content. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember, I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right. Welcome back to No Fugazi, ladies and gents. Tonight, once again, is open panel debate night, but we will be reacting to some content. We'll go over the debate that I just had last night versus Tilly and Destiny. It was truly a 1v2. Hold up, I got this echo in my headphone. I'm gonna have to take this off. Yeah, let's do that. All right, there we go. That's better. But yeah, it was really a 2v1 in that debate last night, but I think I fully destroyed her entire worldview, and we'll get into that. We'll react to it. You may not have liked my strategy, but none of my points were proven wrong, and she couldn't demonstrate any of her arguments. So therefore, I win the debate. Very, very simple. Sometimes that's what you have to do. It's just what you have to do when you may be limited in certain faculties, right? Here on No Fugazi, we keep it real. All right, so we'll go into that debate. We'll react to it. We'll also we'll react to Marquette versus Myson. I don't know if anyone knows who Myson is, but he's a rapper that came out of the Bronx, New York in like the early 90s. But he's a hip hop rapper. I don't really think he raps anymore. I don't know, but they had a debate last night too, and that was a good one. So I'm going to react to my debate a little bit, and then we also react to that debate as well. And then, right before we do that, though, the members sent me in some clips, so I'm going to get to all of the memberships as well and react to maybe a few things that you guys sent me. I got y'all, man. The first link in the YouTube description is to join the panel. Actually, let me also, I did pin the link in the YouTube comments, but it's not pinned in the YouTube description. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. And everyone that's new over here, if you want to debate and join, looks like we got some people already that wants to join. So this is going to be an interesting debate night. But if you do want to join, make sure your camera is on. Make sure your audio is good, right? Make sure your audio is on. And then I'm just going to ask you for your name and what do you want to debate about. Get right to your point. How I run my open panel debate night, I react to some content first, and then I bring people for open panel debate. So we react to content for and then in between. So I react to one video, bring people up, react to another video, bring people up. If we get a whole lot of people in here and conversations is going good, we'll open a panel up and we'll bring a few people up at the same time, where it's maybe like 4 or 6 of us debating and having a topic all at the same time. So it gets very interesting over here on No Fugazi Podcast, right? But first link in the YouTube description, that's going to be to join the stream. Second link in the YouTube description, if you like the show and you want to support the show, become a member. And we got 3 tiers. First tier is gang. Second tier is Hitman. Third tier is Mob Ties. You can join any of those tiers, and you locked in with us, man. The next link after that is going to be for the one-on-one consultation. So if you want to speak with me directly, if you have any questions on dating and relationships, media and marketing, things like that, hit me up, man. Hit me up. My channel has been growing. I survived cancellations after cancellations. They tried to stop me, but it just didn't work. We are on the verge to hit 500K soon, and I think we will do it. I don't like to put dates on stuff, but we're going to do it pretty soon, right? We're going to do it pretty soon. I think we're at like 430K right now. But yeah, and then all the other links in the YouTube channel is going to be for the Clips channel, and then for the social media platforms, the Instagram, the X, the TikTok, the Facebook, and all of that. If you want to speak with myself or anyone from my team, I will bring you guys on up. All right, give me a second here. Let me just go ahead and throw this link in the YouTube description, just to make sure it's in there. I will be reading all super chats as well. So if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, send in a super chat. I'll be reading all of them. Don't matter what you send in, I'll go ahead and read it. All right, let's go ahead and add this link to join stream. All right, here we go. All right, so we'll get to the first few clips, and then we'll get into reacting. We'll get into the first few clips, and then we'll bring up some people for open panel debate night, and then we'll get into reacting to some stuff. We are currently live on Facebook and TikTok too. Everybody that's tuning in on Facebook, go ahead and come on over to YouTube, man. We'll only stay live on Facebook for about 45 minutes, so just prepare to come on over to YouTube. And if you're on TikTok, prepare to come over on YouTube as well. Let's see. Shout outs to Wick Kid Dream.
No Fugazee.
He just renewed his membership. He says for 7 months, he says, let's have a great debate night. Whoever wants the smoke can get it. Okay, Wick Kid Dreams, he's in here and he's locked and loaded. He's ready. We got Tim M. Shout outs to Tim M, man. He sent in, he renewed his membership for
no Fugazee.
He renewed his membership for 19 months. He said, bring on the haters. Quit talking tough in a chat. Oh, they talking tough in a chat? Yeah, I'm not reading a regular chat right now, but I'm sure they are talking tough as always. As always, we got Dane Snyder sends $5. He says, I need you to fly me out so we can box. I'll run around the ring till the match is over. Then we'll go get sushi. I think I can take you. All right, Dane, we can set it up. I don't eat sushi though, man. I do not eat sushi. I don't eat no seafood. We got Dane Snyder again, sends him $5. Appreciate the support, man. He says, okay, toxic okay, who I guess he's replying to someone that's commenting, says, has a great idea. How much to get you to shave the beard? You could donate it to charity maybe. Man, listen, I ain't shaving this beard. I'll be thinking about it every day. Like, man, you know, beards be rough sometimes. Get a little itchy, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. But I had it for so long. I've never, you know, I'm never probably going to do it. I don't even know what I look like under here. A nigga probably ugly. Super ugly. I don't doubt it, right? I don't doubt it. The beard is the cover up. You feel me? The beard is like makeup. What that shorties be using. You know, shorties put on a makeup. Homie get a fresh beard, picked out, oiled up. You look like a whole nother person. But anyways, let's go ahead and react to some clips that the members sent me. Let's get right into it. Dane says, he sends in $2. He says, okay, well, you can watch me eat sushi. Yeah, man, I ain't watching another man eat no sushi, but you know what I mean? We can definitely get that sparring match on. Okay, so I'm going to get to the first clip and bring some people up backstage. Currently, backstage, we got Lou and we got Sage. Backstage, we're going to start with Lou because Lou came in first, and then we're going to go with Sage right after one another. But first, let's get to these clips. All right, let's bring up the first one. All right, here we go. See what this is.
Supposedly there is this big systemic racism problem where the system is rigged in such a way that it doesn't require any individual in the system to be racist in order for the system to spit out racist outcomes. There's a bigger picture way to test the systemic racism hypothesis, which is to take two populations where...
Okay, he says that it doesn't require the system to be racist to spit out racist outcomes. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So already, his premise is not logical. It does not require the system to be racist to spit out racist outcomes. What do you mean by this, right? If a system isn't racist, meaning someone makes a system with intent without it being racist, but then outcomes, how can then outcomes be racist? No, outcomes would be based off of the victors. That's what outcomes would be based off of, right? The victors. Black people like him have a victim mindset, and they view things from a oppressor versus oppressed mindset. So, it's racist. It's because of, white people enslaved black people and all of this stuff. It's just dumb. It's nonsensical. It makes no sense. But let's continue on. Let's see if he says anything smart.
You're holding systemic racism constant, namely Black Americans like myself and Black immigrants, especially Black immigrants from the West Indies, and specifically their children. They're American-born children. So these are people you could not tell apart from Black. Like, you couldn't tell if I didn't tell you that I wasn't the child of a Jamaican immigrant or something, right? Analyzing why these two populations differ, you find West Indian immigrants more likely to come from a two-parent home, more likely to have had a more classically socially conservative upbringing, which is, you don't talk back to your parents. Parents are rather strict. These two populations differ in many ways. Some ways are very hard to quantify, but they differ culturally. They differ for all kinds of reasons, partially because the kind of immigrant who gets out of a Jamaica differs systematically. It's going to be disproportionately intelligent, disproportionately hardworking. Whatever the traits are that get you from Jamaica to New York, say, that's a cluster of attributes that makes that population differ. But there's one thing that is not different, which is they're subjected to whatever level of systemic racism exists. You find neighborhoods of Black Americans right next to neighborhoods of Black West Indians in New York. They're equally segregated from white people. So it gets rid of the idea that being segregated by itself or living around people who only look like you is inherently a disadvantage. It gets around the policing issue because these populations are being policed. The police can't tell the difference between a second-generation West Indian and a Black person. It gets around whatever level of systemic racism is or isn't in the pipeline with regard to schools. And you find wildly different outcomes. You find, rate of high school graduation much higher for Black West Indians. Rate of enrollment in college much higher. Rate of professional occupations much higher. Crime lower, right? So this suggests to me that there are that the role of systemic racism, to whatever degree it exists, is minimal at this point. Supposedly there is this.
Okay. All right. So he put that together at the end perfectly fine. I would agree to that last part, because when it comes to, like, if you're looking at, racial wealth gaps and stuff, like, it's more into it. He put like culture, family, and things like that. Because if you look at racial wealth gaps, there's data on this that was done in 2019, and it shows the median wealth gap between average white families is about $1,600, more than the median wealth of the average Black family. So if you just look at the average Black family and the average white family, you're looking at, a median wealth gap of 1,600. But if you account for certain things like family structure, if you account for things like, education, the father being in a home, married couples, and all of that, then you compare that Black home to the average white homes, and it's the same. It's the same median wealth gap there between the Black folks that have an education, that the families are intact and they're not, at the poverty line, compared to the Black people that the average Black people, it's going to be approximately the same, around 160,000 wealth gap difference between those a higher class of Black people than, the average class of Black people. So that's the thing. Like, you have to account for many other factors. So when the first thing he said was just nonsensical, if he says that, well, there's systems don't have to be racist, but they still produce racist outcomes. I'm like, well, that was just dumb. That didn't make any sense. But he tied certain things in there a little bit better at the end, I would say. Okay. Fair enough video, I guess. Let's get to the next one. Actually, we're just going to react to this and let's bring some people up because we got some people in here that wants to debate. So let's hop right into it. Welcome to Open Panel Debate Night.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right. See what we got. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about? You're live. You're live. Turn on your microphone. Nope, still no audio. Turn on your microphone, man. If you're in the app, just click on the microphone button. It shows that you're muted. So you have to unmute yourself. There you go. Now speak. Can you speak? Nope, still don't hear. All right, well, let's get to the next caller. Homie is in there struggling. What I want you to do is exit out of Restream, the link, and then come back in, and that should be better. All right, for the other caller, you just have to turn on your camera, and I'll bring you right on. Make sure your camera is on. And that's Sage. I think you were trying to come up yesterday. Okay, so you're an individual with no camera. You know what? I'm going to honor it just because you were in the stream yesterday trying to come on. So I'm going to make one exception for you. You better say something smart. All right, welcome to No Fugazee podcast. State your name. What exactly do you want to debate about?
Hey, my name's Sage. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for making the exception since I don't have a camera.
Fair enough. What's up?
I'd like to talk about, I guess, just a couple of questions from the debate yesterday with Tilly and Destiny. Typically, I'm a Destiny fan. I don't watch him religiously or anything like that. One of the big questions I had was, one of the things you pressed Tilly on a lot was whether or not her view of morality was objective. And I actually wanted to ask you, is it your position that morality from scripture is objective?
Yeah, so I'll answer this question. I was doing an internal critique, basically the entire debate, and she couldn't justify her claims. But yeah, I believe that morality can only be objective. And how I ground my morality in objectivity is through Christian ethics. Right.
And that makes sense to me. But do you view that as objective or subjective?
Objective.
Okay. So then how do you make sense of the fact that there are many other religions with the same position as yours that they view their scripture as objective as well?
Yeah, they're wrong.
They're just flat out wrong. So here's my other question then.
If you were another, are you atheist?
I am atheist.
Okay, so if you were another religion, I would honor the conversation and we can have a back and forth and we can go through doctrine to see, whose God is the real God. And I would use transcendental categories to make my argument. And also I would use many other factors within scripture to prove the argument because the Trinity, so on and so forth. I will use many different things to demonstrate how, the Christian God is the Almighty God.
Sure.
But since you're atheist, what else did you want to say?
Well, I guess what I would ask then, so I got a couple of points there. I think that if there was any concrete evidence for that, everybody would convert to your religion, right? I think if you had the answer for that, if you could literally convince anybody like that, people would be flocking to your denomination, and that's completely fair.
I don't believe that to be true, though, because if you think about it, there's concrete evidence that a man cannot be a woman, but people still, flock to LGBTQ plus movement. So that's just untrue. I can give someone hardcore facts and undeniable truth, but they would still say, no, you're a liar. Like, I literally get people up here that they don't believe that 1 + 1 = 2. Always. They think that 1 + 1 in certain situations doesn't equal 2.
Okay, and that's fair. I completely understand. I think there's a good chunk of people that you're right. You could take flat earthers, for example, that they don't necessarily follow the complete concrete science that we might have. I guess, so to me, while I understand that your position is that morality from scripture is objective, don't you think that placing your morality in somebody else's hands, even an omnipotent being like God, just passes the subjectivity to God?
No. It doesn't at all. It doesn't pass the subjectivity to God, because God sets the standard for. Once again, if you believe, you're not a believer in God, you're an atheist. So these are concepts that you may not understand. God is in a different category than man is. God is eternal, right? God is an eternal being. So God sets the standard for what's good and what's bad, the moral standard. This is objective because God is an eternal being that created everything. So that's a universal claim.
While I'm happy to have a conversation about, I guess theology, since it's more on the other side of the debate from yesterday, do you recognize, like you were saying, that men can't be women and so on and so forth? Do you think that men can be different from other men, like in the sense that, so a lot of people, like let's say, like you were talking
personality?
About no. Like, so you were, okay, for example, like I like basketball. I'm a huge Kobe Bryant fan. I don't
Me
know
too.
If you're a Kobe fan.
I'm a Kobe man. Kobe over LeBron over here.
Yeah, same here. Okay, I love Kobe. Okay, and there's tons of basketball players out there who can't play the game the way Kobe could.
True.
And that doesn't make them less of a man per se, right? But in this
less of a basketball player.
Exactly, less of a basketball player. So you and I might have prescriptions on what a man should be. I do. I didn't have a great father, but I had a father that taught me a lot of good skills. And I think that having skills and being a provider, being a student of those skills and truths, and having a sense of duty is what makes you a man.
So you're saying that some people can be less of a man.
Right. And I guess that if I feel that way, I'm wondering if you feel that way. Do you feel like other people can be less of a man?
Yeah. So one, what you're engaging in is equivocation, right? I'll explain. You're using a definition of man when we're explaining the biological trait of a man, which is a male, and then you're going to using man to then explain, which is equivocating, using a different definition of a man to then explain certain characteristics in different men as far as their athletic abilities, as far as their masculine nature and things like that. This would not negate the fact that a man is still a man from a biological level.
Right. I have the same opinion of you. That's not necessarily my argument. But what I will say is I'm not really interested in discussing whether somebody's sex really matters. Like, I don't really necessarily think it matters. I think ultimately...
How doesn't it matter?
Well, because I think that we search for experts in fields, right? I think that things like this are according to a sense of need. Duty is a response to needs of like a place or a village or your society or your group, your family, your clan. And so ultimately, it's the people that pick up that responsibility, the duty, that
Okay.
carry that on, right?
Let me
Now-
ask you a question, though.
Sure.
Essentially, you're saying here is that you don't really think that sex matters.
Right.
Is there one sex that can have a baby? Is there only one sex that can have a baby?
Yeah, currently. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always only one sex
Well,
that can
I mean,
have a.
I,
There's
I
only-
believe that in vitro will get so good that we won't need women for babies. But that's besides the point. That's a technological advancement.
Okay, but that we don't have that technology
Right,
now.
right, that's what-
And
yeah, I agree with you. For just
you get
women,
what I'm
that's
saying?
fine.
So
Yeah, I'm with you.
And
Just-
I would say always only one sex can birth a baby.
Sure.
That's what I believe. I don't think that a man can ever give birth. That technology would never happen because you can't create a womb inside of a man. Man, I watch some crazy scientific stuff.
Stuff's
Maybe
getting
if they
pretty
create a man from like scratch and then create him with the womb, I don't know what's going on, but I don't think it's possible.
Well,
but
we're starting to
anyways,
grow organs now, so just kind of keep that in mind.
they
We're
are
starting to
they
do
are
that.
they are definitely growing organs now. I did do research on that, but essentially what I'm saying here is there's a clear distinction between male and female, men and women, because men and women map on to the biology of male and female. There's a clear distinction between the two. There's things that women can do that men can't do at all. And there's things that men can do that women can't do at all. Can a woman impregnate a man? Nope. Only a man can impregnate a woman, right? So therefore, biology, when you said that sex doesn't matter, sex does matter. And then let's just think about other traits within the sex, right? Even if you think about the physical differences between men and women. On average, men are physically stronger. Men have bigger bone density, quicker reflexes. Men tend to be more analytical. Men tend to be better at deductive problem solving. Men tend to be more to use their logical mind more. Women tend to be more emotional, and they're higher in trait neuroticism, which means that they feel more negative emotions than a man. Generally speaking, on average, right?
I understand.
So there's many differences. So sex does matter, man.
I understand the generalization there, but I think ultimately, in the vast majority of situations, you're not picking somebody based off their sex. You're picking somebody based off their expertise.
And you mean that I'm not picking someone based off of their sex. I'm picking someone based off of their expertise. Okay. So if it's the case that there's an option, right? An intruder breaks into your house. You can choose between a woman cop and, you know what? Let's give different ranks. A man cop to come in and save you, or a woman that's no woman really made it in the Navy SEALs, but what's a higher class of women that can handle a gun? I'm trying to think.
Would you mind just entertaining my hypothetical instead? Here's an example. Let's say
I'll entertain yours. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. That same break-in that you're talking about, right? And you're asking about the two cops. They don't even need to be cops. Let's just say it's a man with a gun and he has 0 hours of range time versus a woman with a gun that has 1,000 hours of range time.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm going to choose the man.
You're going to choose the man over a woman that has 1,000 hours of practice versus a man that has no practice.
Correct.
I'm
going to choose the man.
That's just
because not only we're not just talking about shooting itself.
No, I'm just talking about shooting. That's just my hypothetical, one straight across skill. Because that's 1 for 1.
Oh, is it the same hypothetical as far as like an intruder breaks in and who's going to save me, or is it just shooting itself?
Let's just call it marksmanship.
Oh, you're just talking about shooting itself.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to be anything. This can literally be anything.
Okay, I got it then. Oh, so I see what you're saying. Well, no. If it's not like, if my life isn't in jeopardy and we're saying, well, who do I want to have on my team to shoot guns? Or am I going to pick the newbie guy or am I going to pick the girl that has 15 years of experience shooting guns? No, I will go with the
girl,
experience.
Right.
Yes, that is
That's
correct.
my point. Most of our choices in life are actually choices like that, right? If you choose a plumber, you want a plumber that's going to charge you fairly. He's going to come out. He's going to do the work correctly, vice versa, right? And you want to have the person that has experience. For example, you're familiar with the service we're using right now, voice over IP, right? Voice over Internet Protocol. That was created by a woman.
How does this negate the fact that you can't how does this negate the fact that sex isn't that important, right? When you're just speaking about, like, things that, put it like this, we wouldn't have any guns to shoot if men didn't create the guns. We wouldn't have these services that women can work in certain jobs and, chase a career if men didn't create these certain companies and create the infrastructure for it. Like, so what you're doing is you're starting, like, it's a timeline of stuff, and it's here when men created everything, and then it's here when modern day, with all of the modern day conveniences and the luxuries and the comfortability that we have.
Sure.
You're starting right here. Right? But how did we even get here? That's the bigger point. Listen, real quick, let me land my plane. We got here because we stuck to our biological differences. Men adhere to their biological advantages and women adhere to their biological advantages. And by doing so, we were able to build first world countries. That's how we actually got here. You get what I'm saying? If we did what you said, right? We wouldn't be creating anything. The only reason why you're thinking the way you're thinking is because we live in modernity right now, and everything has already been created for women to use. And you're comparing the men that don't use these things to the women that do use these things. Well, then, yeah, we're going to pick the person that has more experience. But if we just look at the sexes, well, who can create the things? Who created the things that we use in modernity? It would be men, right? That's the thing. So listen to this real quick. Solar flares take out electrical grids, and they take out a lot of electrical grids and all of these generators and stuff like that. And solar flares happen all the time, right? The last biggest solar flare was in 1989 in Quebec. Okay. It wiped out all the generators, all of the electrical grids for 9 hours from Quebec all the way to New Jersey, right? Okay. If men did not adhere to their duties and we didn't have men in those positions to fix those grids and to fix the generators, and women was there, lights probably still would have been out in New Jersey and Quebec.
Yeah, I think
but guess what? Lights was only out for 6 hours. Well, 9 to 6 hours.
I think you're mistaken, Cooley. I think all of these things add up to community and communal work, not a separation of sex. And it's really simple. None of the things that you're talking about, guns couldn't be created with even 5 people, right? You'd have to walk across the United States 4 times to gather the minerals and iron to smelt a gun. And then you'd have to know smelting, right? And chemical compounds. You'd have to go to California to get borax. You'd have to go to Nevada, and you'd have to come out to Wyoming to get clay.
This doesn't negate my point. This proves my point, because you said that in order to have communities, right? Like basically, in order to have a society, it needs to be ordered. Who creates the order in society? It's going to be men that create that order. So then it gives people the convenience to then travel, because we are living in an ordered society. We have an ordered community. So then we can have the ability to take time away from our family because there's it's a community. The children is staying with the grandmother and so forth and so forth. And things tend to work out a little bit better in society when we have order and structure. And men create that order and structure. This is why they're able to go ahead and travel and find this particle and chemical here to create some weapons or to invent things.
So if men were the only component for creating order, don't you? Essentially, that applies to like the force doctrine that you were talking about yesterday. Is that correct? You think that force doctrine is the correct doctrine? Is that right?
You said, do I think that force doctrine is the correct doctrine? Force doctrine is a descriptor of reality on how rights equals force.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's where that's incorrect.
Okay. So wait, real quick. Now you jumping around, right? Like, so we were here. Well, first we were on, we were speaking about, you asked me about a theology question and, morality and stuff like that. And then we jumped over to this. Now you're jumping over to force doctrine. So your mind is a little tangential right now. So let's do one point at a time, one convo at a time.
Okay, sure. So I think
are you done with this convo? Do you give up?
No, we could. No. I think ultimately, like I can't get you to bite the bullet and say that like your morality from scripture is subjective, right?
Okay, let me ask you this question then, right? If we're speaking, you want to, I guess you were trying to tie certain things into morality.
Yeah, right.
So you are an atheist.
Right.
Do you believe in objective morality?
I do.
Okay, and how do you ground your morality?
So my perspective on my own, like just regular morality, basically my morality is based in the well-being of conscious creatures. So anything that is causing measurable objective suffering is an objective feature of a conscious system. Okay, so some actions objectively increase suffering for conscious creatures, and some actions objectively decrease suffering. And I think morality is all about decreasing of suffering.
Okay, so then you basically appeal to the harm principle then. So you derive your morality from harm principle. Whatever produces the least amount of harm, then that is good.
Right. You could call me a negative utilitarian.
A negative utilitarian. Okay, got it. So if it's the case that, I'll use this hypothetical. If it's the case that, you ever watch the movie Planet of the Apes?
No, I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it, but in the movie Planet of the Apes, they created this device that can translate the ape's voice. So apes could basically speak, and many animals could speak, right? Because it was a device that was able to translate it into English on basically what they were saying. If it's the case that an ape gave consent to a man to have sex with the ape, and we can take away all forms of harm, meaning that sex with the ape would be with a condom. The ape, it wouldn't be a strong ape like that can overpower the man, or it would maybe be some chains there to tie the ape down, and the ape consented to all of this. And basically, hypothetically, there's zero harm could be done to the human man or to that woman ape. Is it okay for the man to have sex with an ape?
I mean, this is a really weird hypothetical. Is there a little bit more realistic analogy that we can use that's a little bit more grounded in reality that I can analyze?
Okay, well, you don't want to bite the bullet on that one, huh? Well,
no,
let's use this.
I honestly just don't understand. Like,
what I'm saying is, if it's possible, right? Because we were speaking about technology, and I think that this is more possible than scientists having discovering ways to create a womb in a man, then a womb can give birth, because even the man, the hips is thinner, so it's nothing to come out. And would the baby come out through the balls or the penis? Like, that's just crazy itself. I think that this hypothetical is rooted in more reality than men being able to have birth, like you said.
So okay, so like what you're giving me here is like a hypothetical where like there's like a moral green light for this action, right? But like the reality is that
Wait, there is a moral green light for this
No,
action for a man to have sex with an ape?
no, I'm saying that you're setting up this scenario like there's this this mutual like understanding, right? That animals and people don't have.
No, all I'm saying is very simple, right? It's super simple. You are a utilitarianism. You appeal to utilitarianism.
Right. Okay.
And basically, if something can produce less harm or no harm to humans or animals, then it's good. It's morally good. So using your logic, if we can strip away all harm, meaning that the ape can give consent by utilizing this translation device where now human beings can understand what apes are saying, and we can take away all forms of harm by using a condom, maybe tying the ape up. The ape consented to him, was like, Tyrone, I want you to pipe me down. Is that okay?
Sure.
Is that good?
Oh, wow. That's an interesting honestly, I haven't like thought about like, cause like obviously like what you're saying is like, you're taking away all like the harmful implications, right? Like all these things that we know to be harmful.
Okay, well, what about this then? What about this? I got a better hypothetical for you then.
Okay.
What if two twins, male and female twin, same age, and they're adults, and the male gets a vasectomy? Is it okay for them to have sex?
Well, no, because there's still harm there, Cooley. There's still harm there.
Where's the harm?
Neurologically.
They're twins.
Neurologically, mentally. The harm is on their mental state.
Explain.
You don't think that would fuck them up?
They consent. That's what they want. They desire. This is what they want.
Okay. So let me ask you this: if that's the case, why are we treating this like a mental disorder now? Like it's clearly the case that this is a harmful situation. I'm just not understanding.
Incest is we treat incest as a mental disorder?
I mean, it's yeah, Cooley. It's like
no, incest
crime.
isn't. Incest is illegal because it's harmful to the children. Like the babies come out with birth defects and all of this stuff. So it's bad for.
It's not just because of children being born, Cooley.
What is it? What else is it bad for?
It's.
You have to explain. You're the one that's saying, well, in some mental stuff, demonstrated.
Yeah.
How? Okay.
Sure.
So let's just say this. Let's say it's two twins, males, two twin males. There's no different sex, right?
Okay.
They both give consent.
Okay.
Is it okay for them to engage in homosexual sex?
I don't think that incestuous behavior is morally correct.
Okay, but there's no harm. So then you're not logically consistent.
I don't think that you can prove there's no harm from that, Cooley.
Well, you would have to prove that it is harm. Once again.
Well, no, I don't have to prove that because you
would have to.
Stage. No, you're setting the stage to say that there's no harm and asking me to bite the bullet, but you're not actually proving to me that there's no harm. I believe there's harm there.
Okay, then please demonstrate how there's harm there.
I think that it's a mental harm. I think that that's not necessarily great for one's dependent well-being in regards to familial power structure, power balance.
How would there be a power balance between two male twins?
You never you didn't have brothers growing up, Cooley?
Two male twins? They're the same age? Is there a power balance?
Let me ask you something, Cooley. All right, you go to the range pretty often? Are you a pretty good shot?
I'm a decent shot. Okay. Yeah.
I'm a pretty good shot, Cooley. I can make a shot with like a 7mm at about 1,000 yards within about 2 inches pretty consistently.
Good for you. Stay on topic though. Don't obfuscate.
Thank you. I will. My point here being that you might be more skilled at like fighting, or you might be more skilled or even just better fit because you work out and your brother doesn't. Twins does not make you the same. And even if it did, even if they were exactly identical clones, Cooley, they could have a different mental. One
But
could be a pacifist,
real quick,
and just
so
not know how to
so
respond.
does something have to be the same in order for not be any harm? Men and women aren't the same, and they have sex.
So what I'm saying, Cooley, is that I think incest is harmful.
You're not demonstrating it at all, man. So far what you said, let me repeat it back to you. So far what you said that, well, you think that there's mental harm. I said, well, what mental harm would there be? You said that, well, don't you think that there's like they're brothers and there can be differences between brothers? Like they're not the same. They have different experiences. This brother could be better at that. That brother can be better at this. This has nothing to do with sex. Your girlfriend can be better at something. Should you not have sex with her? Like, what are you speaking about now, man?
What I'm saying is that relationships are complicated, regardless of whether they're family relationships or not. Okay. And I think that a lot of people, especially in regards to like family stuff, have a lot of weird hangups and trauma. And I don't think incestuous relationships are healthy for that.
What about necrophiliac? So if it's the case that a woman right before she died, she she wrote a letter, and it was her husband. Right. It was her husband. She wrote this out. Wasn't just a letter. It was a letter. It was video format. And she gave consent for her husband to continue to have sex with her up until where, it no longer would be safe for him to have sex with a dead body.
I get your point. This answer will actually work for both this one and the incestuous claim.
Oh man, it's so you can't prove harm. Where is there harm? Can you prove harm?
I'm going to tell you. So the harm is on the societal structure, that it's not a healthy thing to promote. It's not a healthy thing to promote for other people to do.
Okay. I got you. Okay.
It's not healthy, and we don't want to promote that between other families because other families might not use the proper protection.
Got you. Okay, Sage, that actually makes a lot of sense because, if society doesn't agree to it, then, it's not going to be good for society for the husband to continue to have sex with his, dead wife when after she's dead, even though she gives consent.
Right.
But what if it's the case that society does agree? And I can actually point to a society currently right now. Have you ever heard of the Cum Warriors?
Yeah, you were talking about it yesterday, and I think I got a pretty good idea of what you mean by that.
Yeah, so there's an entire society of people, right? And as a rite of passage, the young boys give fellatio to the males. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, totally.
So is that, in your eyes, is that morally good or no?
No, obviously not. There's harm there.
Wait, time out. Society agrees that it's okay.
No. Where does society agree that that's okay?
What you mean? It's their society, man.
Then why are we all
Pop
not doing it?
And Pop, listen.
Agree on it.
Listen. Does the whole world need to agree then?
Okay, so I got another question for you.
No. Not another. Well, listen, man, you're moving the goalposts. Listen. So far, this is what you gave me. I'm giving an example of Papua New Guinea. There's a tribe there called the Cum Warriors, and they do fellatio on the little boys, and the little boys do fellatio on them as a rite of passage and stuff like that for the warrior to become a warrior, right? So listen, their society says that it's okay. There's many different societies in the world. Does all societies collectively have to agree on something for it to be right or wrong?
Not all societies have to agree on it, but it needs to be
only America.
Measurable. No, it needs to be empirically measurable, and this harm is empirically measurable.
Okay, so it has to demonstrate how it's empirically measurable that it's harmful if the society says that it's not harmful.
The society isn't the one to make those determinations. It's a health
I
risk.
thought you just said that. Now you're moving the goalposts even more. Well, listen, let's bring it back to the necrophiliac argument. I said that if we take away all the harm, your argument was, well, it still wouldn't be good because society wouldn't agree to it. So this means that society would have authority on what is good and what is not good. Then I give you another scenario, and the scenario maps on perfectly where it's actually true today. We have evidence of this, and society says that doing these weird acts to children is good, but now somehow it's not good. You're moving the goalposts even more.
It's not about, it's about reciprocal. I can't say this word very well. Reciprocity and agency. Okay, so in a situation like what you were talking about with force doctrine, and this is why force doctrine is also engaged in this conversation as a whole, is because you have to have trust. If you don't have trust and you don't have reciprocity, there can be no real advanced society. Your closest real society that doesn't work like that is like North Korea or like the cartels and everybody's
Can you
paranoid that their
demonstrate
subordinates
how
getting
Papua New Guinea doesn't have any trust in their society and doesn't have reciprocity in their society and doesn't have agency in their society? Can you demonstrate this? You're using words, but not negating the argument.
The children don't have the choice, so they lose agency, and that's where they lose their reciprocity.
Oh, perfect. Well, guess what? Even in America, children don't have a whole lot of choice. Children are under the authority of their parents. If little Billy wants to go here, no, little Billy, you don't have a choice to go there. Go in your room and get your homework done. Is that not good then?
But you have to understand the reciprocity, like the tit for tat treatment. Are you familiar with game theory?
No, man, I'm not familiar with game theory.
So here's an important distinction between so basically there are so many models where they try force doctrine or versus like a game theory where it's tit for tat, right? You can always expect a similar response. And once trust is lost, you never have cooperation again. So the rights that we extend to kids, or the way we treat kids, the reason they have rights, the reason it's like criminal to hurt them and things like that.
You know what you're doing? You're using
guaranteeing their future.
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're just using a metric, a Western metric to map onto another society.
But it's not a Western metric. It's what's reasonable between people, Cooley.
What are you speaking? Listen, what are you speaking about, man? These are people over there that they created their own society, and I just want you to demonstrate. Basically, your argument is this. Oh, well, yeah, there are people in other in Papua New Guinea. They're doing these heinous acts that involves children, which I'm totally not for, by the way, if anyone that's listening here. But we're just using his logic, right? Okay, so then we reduce it down to, first we reduced it down to harm, and when it came to necrophiliac, when it came to having sex with apes, you still couldn't demonstrate how there's some harm there. You would keep moving the goalposts and really couldn't demonstrate how there's harm. Then you make the claim that, well, if society agrees that, that this is bad, like necrophiliac and bestiality is bad, then yeah, even though there's no harm being done, since society doesn't agree to this, then it's not good. So stop it. That's what you said. You said it's not good. I'm just repeating it back for the new people that came in to understand your argument. Now we mapped it over to Papua New Guinea, which is an island with the cum warriors. They do these heinous acts, right? Under my worldview, it's heinous. It is wrong. Yeah. Under your worldview, you still haven't demonstrated how it's wrong. No, you're saying that it's wrong. Their society agrees that it's right. Please demonstrate how it's wrong.
So it's, like I said, it's wrong because there's empirical harm. That's a kid being hurt.
Losing they agency. Don't agree with you, man. So listen, here's what you're doing here. You're doing two things. Let me point it out. Here's what you're doing.
You listen real quick.
No, time out. I didn't misunderstand anything. Here's what you're...
Because
okay, I'm going to give you another hypothetical then. I'm gonna give you another hypothetical, and let's see what else you add into it. And chat, please pay attention. This is what he's doing. So I gave him hypotheticals. One, he uses harm to determine what is morally good and morally bad. Harm to determine. So whatever produces the least amount of harm or no harm, then that is good for humankind. That's what he thinks, right? I give him two scenarios where it's no harm. He says like, I don't know what to do. Okay, well, society doesn't agree on that, on bestiality and necrophilia, then it's not good. So then he had to put society in there. Then I gave him another hypothetical where society does agree that there's no harm. Society does agree that it's okay and everything is good. And then he still can't bite the bullet. He's still saying it's wrong, but can't demonstrate it.
You misunderstand.
You have low IQ.
You misunderstand, Cooley. I'm saying there's empirical harm being caused by necrophilia, and your sex with apes, and your incestuous hypotheticals. I think all of those have
demonstrated
harm. The harm is mentally. The harm is the
demonstrate mentally. If the woman in necrophiliac, the woman is gone. She has no mental, so there's no harm for her. And then within the husband that's doing it, he consented to it. He wants to do it. This is his wife that's dead. There's no harm with you. Say after the axe is done, he does this. How can you demonstrate that somewhere in his mind that there's harm when he's telling you that, nah, I wasn't harmed. I love my wife. This what she wanted, and I wanted it too. Please demonstrate where's the harm.
So the harm is set, the example that is set, the precedent that is set for other people.
Okay, say that again for me real quick. The harm is set for what?
The example that is set. That is a bad example to set for other people.
I like this one. Okay, so would this be objective or subjective?
So it's objective in the fact that necrophilia is a health risk.
Okay, so necrophiliac is a health risk to who?
To, for one, anybody that is a sexual partner with any of those things involved. The people, the husband.
Oh, no. Well, there's no health risk to the person that's dead because they're dead. For the husband that's using a condom to have sex with his off-wife, and it's only like to have sex right after, where after someone dies, I'm sure you got a good...
Do they shoot him after he has sex with his wife?
Wait, what'd you say?
Do they kill him so he can't hurt anybody else?
Wait, what are you talking about?
I'm saying that guy
does
can
who
go and
shoot
have
him?
sex with somebody else, anybody, the state. It doesn't matter. The point is that man.
No. That's that's not what I'm saying here. What? How do they shoot him?
I think
after
you misunderstand.
he has.
I think you misunderstand what is a health risk and what is harmful to other people, Cooley. And I don't think you can prescribe your morality from scripture. You can't produce.
No, it works out perfectly for mine because you see how you're jumping through the loops. Listen. You ask. Listen, time out. Listen. You ask me these questions. No, listen. You ask me these questions. No, time out. You ask me a question. You ask. I'll let you talk a whole lot and explain things that you couldn't explain. So listen. Under my worldview, under Christian ethics, if you ask me this question, I wouldn't have to jump through loops and think about things. I'm like, well, is it harm there? Is it this? And let me look and, verify this and look at evidence. You ask me, is it good for a man to have sex with an ape? No, that's an abomination and it's bad. Get him out of our society. If you ask me, is it okay for a man to have sex with a dead woman? No. Get him out of here. That's bad. If you ask me if it's okay for a man to have sex with his brother, that's a twin. No. Get him out of here. Incest is bad. You ask all of me these questions. This is bad. You're asking me for scriptures now. I can go to many scriptures. This is what I do. But in the biblical scriptures, it tells us that incest is bad, that bestiality is bad, that homosexuality is bad. So what are you speaking about? You ask me these questions, I'll answer it immediately. So like I've already did.
You believe in the New Testament?
You're an atheist. I don't have to demonstrate any scriptures for you because you don't believe in the scriptures.
That's because you can't prove.
You are a liar. You don't watch my debates. So stop it. Why would I have to demonstrate? Why would I have to pull up a scripture for you or give you any scripture where it doesn't matter if I give you a scripture, you're going to be like, bro, I don't believe in it. You're an atheist.
Scripture
That's
are
just
non-subjective.
you are making the most dumbest argument. Okay, so real quick. Am I wrong because I don't want to pull up a scripture, or am I wrong because you don't believe in the scripture?
You're not wrong for either. You're wrong because the scripture is subjective. It's an interpretation.
Under your subjective worldview, once again. So basically, you just said, I'm wrong because the scripture is wrong. Once again, this is why I told you that it doesn't matter. Stop it. Sage, it doesn't matter if I pull up a scripture. You're an atheist. You don't believe in it. This is why I said that for you to ask me to pull up a scripture, why would I appeal to you?
That's okay.
I'm not going to appeal to you when you are nonsensical and you couldn't demonstrate your worldview for justifying why incest is bad, why bestiality is bad, why all of these things is very. You gave no justifications, bro.
And harm. Yes, I did. I gave plenty.
Under your worldview, actually, man, if we're being honest, Sage, bestiality, homosexuality, incest, and necrophiliac would all be morally good.
No, I believe, first of all, that's not the case. I also believe in moral neutralities. Secondly, you cannot prove to me that the interpretation of scripture is not subjective. You can't prove that it's subjective.
Why do I have to prove that to you when the onus is on you to prove? Listen, stop it, Sage. Sage, listen. What you're doing here is you're just moving the goalposts. Since you can't demonstrate that something is morally good and morally bad with using utilitarianism harm principle, you couldn't do it. Therefore, you're like, well, I can't do it. How about you do it? You prove it. That's the stupidest argument. I don't have to prove this to you. You're not going to believe it anyway. Listen, man, Jesus could come back today and smack you in the face and you're going to be like, man, I don't know. That wasn't Jesus. You're a non-believer. There's no saving you. You're a goner. But listen, stay here, Sage. I got people that actually want to come up and ask you a question.
Okay.
All right.
I'll entertain some questions. Thanks for having me, Lee.
Let's bring up Wit Kid Dreams. Shout outs to Wit Kid Dreams. What's going on, man?
What's up, Cooley, man? How you doing today?
Hey, man. Nice.
Doing pretty good. Ask him a question.
I just have a simple question. I found the third goalpost that you moved over here in the end zone, and I wanted to bring it back.
Sure.
So
look, Coach, I can't score. He keeps moving the goalpost.
So just real quick, I want to get on the point where you said that there's no difference between the sexes.
Sure.
So can you tell me what sex runs the infrastructure that runs society?
What structure that runs society? I'm sorry.
Yeah, like the wires, the ground. Literally like everything that makes a society function. Who is the people who create that? Like, what sex created that?
What is it that you determine makes everything function?
Well, I mean, like, you like electricity, right?
Yeah, I like
you like running wires, running the wires. You like oil, you like gasoline in your car, like oil rigs.
I know plenty of female mechanics. I'm a mechanic. I know plenty of female electricians.
What does being a mechanic have when you can't get the oil? How do you run the rigs to get the oil? How do you refine all of the raw material?
I understand what you're saying, my friend. But what I'm going to say to you is, how do you bear male children to go get the oil if you don't have female?
How about you answer my question without asking a question, then I'll answer your question.
Sure. Society is a two-way street. It's a community effort. It doesn't matter if it's men or women doing the job.
Really? So if you were to get rid of men and it was just women, you think that there would be a functioning society?
No, I don't, because then we wouldn't be able to have more children.
Well, how about this, Sage? How about if there's men and women in a community, but women are the ones that enforce the laws? Majority of women are the ones that's going to be enforcing the rules, the laws,
let's switch the roles.
And the rights.
Let's switch all roles. They still have the chick kids, but let's switch the roles. How long do you think that society would function?
And not only that, it wouldn't even be a society. Well, the thing is, for it to become a society, it needs to be order. So are women able to create order with men being there? Is men going to follow women's orders and put consequences on men?
This argument's a really weird line, because the reality is, like, men can't do that for other men, right? Like, we're looking at it right now, man. This is what we're talking about this is what I was getting at when I was talking about different levels of basketball players with Kobe. Like, ultimately, like, you want the best person for the job all the time, Wicked. like to be genuinely honest, right? Like you want the best person for the job. That's ideal. That's called optimization. We want to do what's called optimization for everything across the board. Whoever's the best at it, that's who should be doing it. Wherever we have the most to gain, that's how it should be done. Wherever we stand to gain the most, that's how it should be done. And it
Yeah,
doesn't
but you
really
don't think
matter
that there's
who's
certain
doing it.
roles that will
I do.
specifically apply to a certain sex to do that?
I do. I think that jobs where you're climbing ropes and shit like that, it's probably better that mostly men do those jobs, but it doesn't always shake out that way. Sometimes women have to step up. Sometimes we need women to do other things, and when they're ready to do it, that's great. If they can do it, that's great. If they can't do it, they won't do it, and then they're no help to us. There's men that can't do things, and they're no help to us either. We just have to
Okay.
optimize.
So can you tell me how many women Navy SEALs there are, please?
There's probably zero. I don't think any woman has passed the Navy SEAL test to this day. Maybe one.
So
Probably
there
honorary,
is
in my
a
opinion.
reason for men to have a certain job, and there is,
Sure,
you know, there's certain
sure,
things that
sure.
apply to men only then, isn't there?
Maybe in some cases, sure. Especially siring children, right? Fathering children. Only a man can do that. I'm not trying to argue that point. There's definitely things that mostly like 99% of men are going to do and 99% of women are going to do. But the law of averages is on our side here. Most things fall into that average. Most things aren't those extreme.
Well, they are extreme. When you need
No,
to
they're not
have
that extreme. Most
electricity
things are not
in
that
your
extreme.
town, when you need to have oil, when you need to have running water, when you need to have plumbing.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. What is your profession? What do you
Mine,
do?
I'm a chef.
You're a chef. That's fucking awesome, dude. I always wanted to get into cooking.
And real
still
quick,
learning.
Sage and Witkid, I'll allow this for 2 more minutes. Then I'm going to bring
No
up
problem.
Dane Snyder.
I'll get out of your way here. I appreciate you having me on.
No, well, Sage,
No,
you
Dane's here
stay.
for you
You
too.
You want me
stay.
to stay too? Okay.
Dane
okay.
is here.
Yeah, I just have a
Dane
simple
gonna get
question on if
three
you think
minutes
that
with you.
there's
Go
no
ahead.
roles for women,
So-
and
so
roles for men. Like,
traditionally-
how do you think that is not specifically
I think
tailored?
I think it's really interesting that you're a chef because historically chefs have always been male, but like professionally at least. But like women do most of the cooking in our homes, right?
Yeah, that's
So
because
it's
we're out
really-
working.
Of course. I'm out working too, right? Like I do emergency.
Okay, so but
work,
what does that
right?
have to do with anything?
Because what I'm saying is we want the best person for the job. Sometimes that's a woman, sometimes that's a man, but it doesn't matter when.
It does. What
Like,
are
the
you
only-
talking about? It does matter when.
No, what matters is that you have the best person for the job. If it's a man, great. But it doesn't matter. You're going to take the person that you
So
have for the
if there's an
job.
attack, if someone's attacking you, you rather have a woman help defend you than a man?
Okay, so if the woman is like a 10th degree like black belt or like a Navy SEAL or like has 10 years of like Krav Maga over like my buddy Jared who's like just plays League of Legends all day, I'd take the woman, my friend. I'd take the woman.
Do you understand if Jared was to get one hit on her, she would be on the floor ground? She
It's
might
just-
be able to get him down, but all he has to do is just hit her once.
This
There's
is
such a strength difference in
Can I-
between men
can I
and women.
ask how
It
many-
would not work.
Okay. Can I ask you, Wicked, how many times a week do you have combat? How many times do you get assaulted a week? How many times do you have to fight for yourself?
I mean, it depends. That could be every day if I chose it.
No, that's what I'm saying. But do you choose it every day? How often do you really deal with it?
Well, I mean, there's different ways that you can deal with combat.
Of course. And just like there's different ways for women to deal with it, right? So like my wife, she carries a gun everywhere she goes.
Good. That makes
Right.
me happy.
I know, of course it does. And I'm with you, right? We choose optimized solutions for our problems.
Right.
That's
But
what
a
I'm
man
saying.
with a gun will still be better than her with a gun.
Not necessarily. It depends on who has more time at
In
the range.
a higher majority of the time, that will be the case. If you
It
go
depends.
8, 9, 10,
It
in 9
depends.
out of 10 times, the man will be better than the woman.
It
And that's
depends,
just a
Wicked.
sad truth.
It
I'm not saying
depends.
it's right, not saying it's wrong. It's just the facts of the matter.
It depends. It depends, Wicked.
It depends. It depends.
depends.
Most women can't even load a gun.
Sure. Okay, that might be the case.
So how can they
Most-
shoot a gun if they can't even load it?
Okay, let me ask you something. If that's what you're asking, you guys keep saying that like I'm equivocating, but what you're doing is you're setting up these hypotheticals where the woman has no experience, right?
No,
You're
I'm
not-
saying the woman has experience with the gun, but a man can load the gun faster. He can carry more ammo. He can do more things. Therefore,
My
it
wife-
is specifically tailored to a man.
Yeah,
My
and
wife-
Sage, you got to learn
my
your
wife-
logical fallacies. Equivocation is with using a word. You are moving
Okay,
the
I
goalposts.
apologize.
But
Okay.
real quick.
I already
the other guy
know
on?
that.
Yeah, let me go ahead and bring up Witkid. Thank you, man, for coming up.
Real quick, Wicked,
Go
man.
ahead.
My wife can outdraw the entire police department in this state. She's
Well,
more
you need to
proficient-
move to a different state then. You probably live in California.
I live in Montana.
Regardless, you need to move to a different state then. Come to Florida and let's see how that works out. You ever seen the sheriffs around here?
What I'm saying is her draw is under 2 seconds. 2 seconds
Okay.
to fire her first shot from concealment. That's good.
Listen, man.
Listen,
shouts
good.
shouts out to your
good
wife.
for your wife, but that
Good for
doesn't
your
help
wife.
you in a debate.
Yeah,
But
it's not
what I'm
helping out.
saying is-
Just your
what I'm saying
anecdotal
is-
experience does not help out the general consensus of things. But listen, real quick, let me go ahead and Witkid, perfect. Thank you for coming up. Let me go ahead and bring
Of
up
course.
Dane.
Yeah, bring up.
Sage, stay right here.
Sure.
What's going on, Dane? Speak to Witkid and speak to Sage and go right into your questions for him.
Well, man, is my camera showing? I don't see my. Oh, there I am. Woo,
Yeah, you
there I
good.
am.
You good.
Oh yeah, God, I got a big head on your stream, man. Look, Sage,
Don't worry about it, my friend.
early in your appearance here, you were talking about objective and subjective and what Cooley grounded his ethics in, and whether or not it was objective or subjective. So I just wanted to speak on that and, maybe kind of sort of a little bit get away from the necrophilia and the incest and all that sort of stuff, although it all kind of ties in. But anyway, now Cooley and I, we're both Christians, right? So we both subscribe to the Christian ethical system, all right? So when you talk about objective or subjective, it's objective for us because within our ethical system, we appeal to something outside of our own minds. Now, an atheist like yourself would argue, well, God is subjective. So therefore, it's subjective because it's something that only exists in your mind. But that would be imposing your worldview on us, which I would wager you would consider like oppression if Cooley and I imposed our worldview on someone else. So you really can't impose your worldview on us. But for Cooley and I, our ethical system is grounded in the Christian worldview, the Christian ethical system.
Right.
Now, for the atheist, atheists like yourself can be moral. Y'all can take moral positions and do things that are moral. But the problem is trying to find some reason outside of your own mind that is objective within your worldview. Not within my worldview, within your worldview,
Right.
that would support what you believe is ethical or moral without appealing to the Christian worldview. So that's what I'd like to hear you offer.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate you. So here's what I would say. Essentially, suffering is measurable. Okay, so I can empirically measure somebody's suffering. Okay, and
How?
that measurement is objective.
How do you measure it?
Through pain, through
What
through whether
unit
it's-
of measure? We're talking about objectivity, not self-professed. Not on a scale of 1 to 10. How do you feel, sir?
Right,
Objectively, is it an
Yeah.
inch? Is it a pound? Is it a millimeter? How
Right.
do you measure suffering?
Yeah, definitely. So pain receptors, stress responses, effectively.
That's not a unit of measure. I
Give me a
am
moment,
three.
give me a
Hang on,
moment.
hang on. Now I'm 325 pounds. That's objective. Okay. Now that can be converted over to kilograms if you live in another nation besides the greatest one on earth.
Sure.
How do you measure? How do you measure suffering? What unit do you use?
So, productivity. Okay.
Productivity.
Yeah, productivity. So hear me out. Hear me out in good faith. You too, Cooley. I know you're laughing, but hear me out in good faith, okay? Listen. So if you cut somebody's leg off, right, or you run over somebody and you mangle them, right, they can no longer work, right? That's measurable harm. Do you agree? Is that measurable to you?
Measurable harm
Measure
according
it in dollars. Measure lost salary.
according to whose worldview is it measurable harm?
Well, am I wrong? Is that not empirically measurable? You can measure it in dollars lost. You can measure
And
it in
dollars
work
lost to whom?
to the worker, to the person that got mangled.
Oh,
Okay.
well, what about this?
Let
What
me-
if he's compensated? What if he's compensated? He gets workman's comp, and he's like overcompensated due to all of this.
You know, that's interesting. I guess in that sense, you would say that he didn't have the agency to consent to the injury, Cooley.
Well, sure he would. But what you're asking.
Move the goalposts. look,
Yeah.
look, he's just moving the goalposts again. Oh,
No,
we go to agency. Oh, we go to harm.
I'm asking you, Sage, in an objective standard, which is what you asked for. How do you measure what is ethically or morally correct, incorrect, right or wrong? Now you're saying about measuring suffering. I'm asking you, how do you measure it?
So
I know it's tough, man. It's tough to really consider what we believe, whether or not it's cognitive sound or whether it's dissonant. How do you measure suffering?
Yeah. So the pause there is to think of how I want to communicate it, right?
Good.
So basically the measurement is the increase or decrease in positive position for that person, for each individual person that harm is affecting, right? So some things increase suffering and some things decrease suffering. For example, if you get a raise at your job, that's going to decrease your suffering, right? That's measurable.
Not necessarily.
It's
not necessarily.
If you don't spend your money, right?
How do you measure? How do you measure how much? How do you measure whether it increases or decreases my suffering? That's what I'm trying to get you to explain to me. I'm not asking you for this myth. I'm not asking you for all this fairy tale. How do you measure it objectively outside of your own mind? I know it's tough, man, but I'm hoping you can help me here.
Yes, Sage. Again, objective is mind independent. Subjective is mind dependent. So you really can't, for something to be objective, you can't depend on the mind.
So
I know all reasonable men agree is a common appeal for atheists because they don't have any other objective standard, but all reasonable men agree is a logical fallacy called the appeal to the consensus. So I'm asking you, how do you measure whether or not suffering is increased or decreased? How do you measure that? Preferences?
No, not through preferences.
Okay, how?
Through the material world.
How do you measure that? What's the unit?
It depends on the situation, depends on the harm being done. It depends on the
how do you measure the harm being done? Let me give you an example. I'll give you an example to try to demonstrate it. There are people in this world who will ask doctors to amputate limbs so that they can be disabled, much like men who say that they're really women inside, so they have your, how you call it, chopped off. And they say, I'm a woman now. Excuse me, I'm still talking. So there are people who do that. They will ask to have limbs amputated because they believe that their limb is somehow or another alien to their body and they want to live as an amputee. How do you measure that to say that that is harmful or wrong? Because for them, it helps them.
I see what you're saying. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was only going to say I hadn't heard of that before.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's all kind of. I'm 54 years old, man. I've heard of all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, no. And I obviously some of these, I'm older myself. I'm 36 years old.
Man, you're still under warranty, but I get what you're saying, man.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you for that. I'll tell you, obviously some of these are real brain busters, right? Like, obviously I didn't come super prepped for this stuff, you guys. I know a lot of you guys do this regularly. I don't. Okay. And the first time I saw Cooley was yesterday, and I wanted to ask some questions, and I really appreciate being.
And I got to say, in all honesty, Sage, I got to give it to you, man. You came into the lion's den. And as far as I can see, you engaging with Cooley and Wicked, and even with me, you do seem to be somebody who's arguing in good faith. So I got to give that to you.
That is true. Yeah, that is true, Sage. You are arguing in good faith. But, I mean, Not really with me. You was moving the goalposts like
No.
I was trying to be like Kobe and score, but
Okay, but what I'm saying, no, when I say in good faith, though, Cooley, come on now, brother. He didn't start talking about them bug eyes you got and that beard you got.
yeah, that is true. He ain't start making the ad hominem attacks. I do look like a skinny Ninja Turtle out here with bug eyes, but at the end of the day, you look like a poor Santa Claus. So man, we both got the jokes out here. Homie look like Santa Claus on Section 8. He looked like Santa Claus in a trailer home. Hey, you want your presents? I can't give you that bike you wanted, but I can draw a bike for you.
Man, look, if I was poor, I wouldn't be this fat, man. Come on now.
Dane Snyder is Santa Claus that draw presents for kids. Like, okay, you want what toy do you want? Oh, you want the Xbox? Let me draw you the Xbox.
No, Dane Snyder is the Santa Claus. Tell that kid, I ain't your daddy. Get away from me, fool.
Check this, Dane. I do want to give you an answer to your question, man. And
all right, man, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You're good. And if you really truly believe that I'm good faith, you'll hear me out here and try to understand what I'm saying.
I'm gonna try, man, but I am a redneck, man, so I do have my DNA. I'm a victim of, but I'm gonna try.
Brother, I love my Chevys just as much as anybody else. All right.
I'm a Ford man. I'm not a gay redneck. I'm a straight redneck.
Well, I'll tell you. They have a saying in mechanic stuff. They say built Ford tough with Chevy stuff, and I know you've heard that.
Yeah, whatever. Go ahead with your point, man.
Yeah, go.
My point is, check this out. So, I know you wanted like a direct measurement for suffering, okay? But it's more complex than that. The situation, the stuff that we're talking about is quite complex. There's going to be circumstances that pop up in your life where differing things are going to affect you differently. But whether it's a positive change or a negative change, that you're going to know. Whether you handle your money right or not, typically getting more money is a positive thing in your life. These things we can objectively see as a difference, right? This is the difference that I'm talking about. When I say measurable, I don't necessarily mean measurable by a unit, by like a foot or by an inch. What I do mean is measurable in that there is a change, both positive or negative, depending on the action involved. And that's what I'm talking about. So I can
How do you know that, though?
I got one question for him, Dane, because this is pretty good.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sage. Finish your point.
Yeah, so in the terms of like a fight, right? You know when you're doing bad in a fight because you're getting beat up and it hurts. And that's when you know you're being objectively negatively affected, right? Your suffering is increasing in that fight. Now, if you're in a situation and you're out to lunch and you get some food and you eat that food and it makes you feel better, you're decreasing your suffering. Versus where if you get food poisoning, you're increasing your suffering. There's a measurable difference between the situations.
Is it?
How do you? Go ahead.
Real quick,
I'm sorry.
Is it immediate? Like the way you're explaining this, do you need to feel the negative or positive effects immediately, or is time involved too? Does it take time to maybe feel the negative effects, or will it take time to maybe feel the positive effects?
And unfortunately, right, there's going to be circumstances like that. Like, so for example, I think that there are actions that are always morally wrong. Like, I think like hurting somebody is always wrong, even if you do it for the right reason. Does that make sense? Like, I think you can go save somebody. Sage,
if I could interrupt you for a minute. When you say hurting someone is always wrong.
Yes.
How, outside of your own head, how do you know that?
Because it increases their suffering when I hurt
them. So what? It increases their suffering outside of your own head and your own preferences. So what? Cooley and I have a standard outside of our own heads. It's the Christian ethical system. Outside of your own head, it causes someone to suffer. So what?
I guess I don't understand what you mean. So that is
what I mean is, let me help you. Let me help you. You're an atheist, so you don't believe in a God. You don't believe in an ultimate standard of good outside of your own head. You're an atheist. Cooley and I, we prescribe to the Christian ethical system. We prescribe to that. So we appeal to that. So according to our system, every human being is created in God's image and God's likeness. So when I see Cooley, I don't just see a bug-eyed brother with a beard. I see God's image and likeness. So
Yeah,
if
man,
Cooley
and I don't see a Timu Santa Claus either, man. So I fair enough.
Man, I'm way bigger than Timu, man. Come on, man. So I see God's image and likeness. So if Cooley is hungry, I need to feed God's image and likeness. If he's homeless, I need to house God's image and likeness, so on and so forth. But from the atheist worldview, when you say that hurting people is bad, or however it was you worded it, why is it bad to you, except that you think it is? Except that within your worldview, just because it's in your head, you think it's bad. Why?
But it's not in my head, right? Like, it's an objective. Like, if you were to go feed Cooley,
objective,
like
grounded on what? Grounded on what do you point to say that this outside of my head?
Smoke Pole TV. I see you backstage. You up next? Smoke Pole TV. I see you backstage.
Because
go ahead.
Because when you feed Cooley, it decreases his suffering.
When I what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that?
So, like you said, like if you house or feed Cooley, right? So if you do those things, you're decreasing his suffering. That is
so what? What is wrong with the suffering is what I'm asking you. If I abandon Cooley to starve to death, what's wrong with that?
Oh, that's interesting. So basically, that comes back to reciprocity that I was talking about before. The intention for me to help you is there so that you can help me later. We treat each other fairly. Like if you come to me for automotive work, right? I give you a fair deal because I want you to come back for my business again. I want to help you, and I want you to help me.
So it's self-serving.
We do that together.
So it's self-serving. So it goes back to you. Within your head, it's good for me to feed Cooley because I might get hungry and Cooley might come feed me. So it comes back to your own needs, wants, needs, and desires.
Right. Yeah. It's very much like if you've ever heard like the rabbi story of the atheist, right? You should read that. It's really cool. It's like a really short paragraph.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Real quick. That doesn't negate the point. It's still subjective. I want to get some more people up here. Sure. But Sage, you're welcome to stay. You want to stay, man?
As long as you have me, I guess. I don't want to.
Stay for a little bit.
That's what my wife told me 36 years ago, and so I kept her around, and here we are.
Dane, I'm gonna put you backstage. I'm gonna keep Sage up, but Dane, stay backstage because we got some people in here. So I'll probably bring you back up.
Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Cooley, I'll be backstage eating the hors d'oeuvres, man.
All right, man. Let's bring up some more people. All right, Smoke Pole TV. He was backstage. I'm not sure if he wants to debate me or you, but we're gonna bring him up. We got the Powder Dusty. He's back in here too. We're gonna bring him up as well. Also, actually, before I'm gonna bring you up in a second, Smoke Pole. Everyone that's tuning in tonight is open panel debate night. So if you want to join this topic of the debate, you can join. Or if you want to join and you want to speak about another topic, if you disagree with things that I say or disagree with things that other people say that you've seen on the channel that's currently on, you can always come up and engage in a spirited debate. All right. Well, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what questions do you have?
Smoke Pole TV, you know what I'm saying? I just wanted to input a couple things. Hey, good to catch back up with you, Cooley, you know what I'm saying? I like how you keep the topic solid, you know what I mean? The shit
appreciate that, man.
And I
appreciate
mean
it,
you know what I mean? Just
that's love.
Real man to real man, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't agree with everything that you talk about, but you know what I'm saying? You're a solid dude and I respect that. Anyway.
Fair enough.
I tell you what, man, and I want to come with a little bit of different stuff in this sense because I don't agree. I agree with having a gauge on your ethical, compass, and having some sort of system such as Christianity, like you and the gentleman, you guys subscribe to, which I get it because that was the foundation of my understanding of spiritualism. But what I think Sage is trying to explain is that. But I also think he's trying to explain it utilizing the wrong context. I don't know. I caught this in the middle. So it seems like he's trying to defend homosexuality in some sort of fashion, whereas like homosexuality is okay, but bestiality and when you get into other stuff, that's wrong. And I think that is a very skewed way to think about things because it is just based on, let's say 20 years from now, then bestiality is going to be cool. Then pedophilia is going to be cool. And it's going to transition because just like you said, you have no compass that's based on anything outside of yourself. And that outside of yourself is where I have a point of contention with y'all's philosophy as well, because anything that you believe in outside of yourself was internally in someone else. So your gauge of right and wrong is based on a man's philosophy, undebatably. And what I mean by that, and let me finish this because I don't want to be long-winded, but what I mean by that is you have a structure set up about this is wrong, this is right, this is wrong, this is right. But the structure that you have set up contradicts itself, which we've heard a million times, contradicts itself. Does this and says it's wrong here, says it's okay here. But the interesting part about it, and I finish with this, is that being God's reflection, the best thing that the gentleman that you just brought up said is that when he sees you, which is totally different, he actually sees himself. So what I'm saying is, and this is my final point, is that God has to be within you. And for most Christians, God is some guy upstairs. For most Muslims, some guy upstairs, and that's out in the clouds. For most religious people, they separate the God within them from the God they believe in, which is why you have Catholic priests that do all the sick stuff that they do with the children.
Okay. I think I get your point. Yeah, I get your point. I'll address.
If God's within you, you have no ability to do all of these demonic things, which is the gauge that I think Sage is trying to define. Like,
I don't think that Sage is an atheist. He doesn't believe
that's
the
weird part, because if you're justifying homosexuality, you got to be an atheist, because you don't have to. Like, if you know, like, I personally know homosexuals that I was able to have deep enough conversations.
Okay,
with,
well, let me, before I lose my train of thought, Smoke Pole, let me address just a few things that you said, right?
Yes,
because I don't think you fully understand what Christianity is, and there's no contradictions in the Bible. What you may hear in the Bible, it may say things like this, because there's stories and metaphors and things like that within biblical scriptures. It's like if let me give an example that it wouldn't be a contradiction. How it's zero contradictions, but if you're reading the passage, it may say something along like, "Thou shall not steal." Let's just say that, or like, it says, "Thou shall not steal." Let's go with that. Let's just go with "Thou shall not steal." And then you're reading a passage and, you're reading the story and someone stole from XYZ, but then that happens to be God's chosen person within the story. So it's like, wait, if it's "thou shalt not steal," but then this person stole in this story here, and this is God's chosen person, this doesn't make any sense. You shouldn't, "Thou shalt not commit adultery." Well, David killed someone's wife. "Thou shalt not kill." He killed someone's wife. He stole. So all of this, listen. But then that's God's chosen part. Like, that's God's chosen person. So you may think that there's all these contradictions, but no, there's stories within things, and then there's commandments, and so there's prescriptions and there's descriptions in the Bible. But real quick, what I'm saying is this: when it comes, if you're looking at objective morality, and you're saying that, well, the problem is that when I have the problem with when morality lies outside of yourself.
But hold on.
Let me explain. Let me explain. Let me explain. I'm actually going to ask you a question. I'll let you speak. I didn't interrupt you at all, man. I truly didn't interrupt you at all. You said that, well, Cooley, the point of contention that I have with you is morality lying outside of yourself. If it's outside of you, then it has to be in someone else.
Exactly. Like,
you're making a category error. I'll explain. You're making a category error, right? It's a clear category error. So human beings, when it comes to things like morality, and even if you think about logic, like logic is in order for us to make sentences right now, we must utilize logic. But logic itself has to appeal to some type of universal logic. Right. Meaning that it has to appeal to some type of universal logic for it to be coherent and consistent. And that requires an omniscient divine mind.
Right.
And human beings do not have that. Only God has that. So it's a different category. Real quick. So you're making a category error. God is omniscient God
Let's
is
simplify.
divine, and God is not bound by time, space, or matter.
I don't
God,
disagree.
real quick, I know, but you're interrupting me while I'm speaking, and I didn't interrupt you at all. I'm just trying to get my thoughts together, like I'll let you get your thoughts together, man. That's all I'm doing, right? So once again, there's a clear category error. The objective morals is not within another human being. It's outside of ourself, and it's in the mind of God, a mind that is omniscient. It's universal, it's consistent, it's unchanging, which makes it objective. If it's in our mind, it's all subjective. If it's in a being that's a mind that is not subjective, it's eternal, it's omniscient, it's divine. It never changes. That would be an objective mind. You get what I'm saying? That's objectivity. That's the difference between it. So atheists, like the gentleman that was just up, and what you're trying to critique me on right now is, you would have to always rely on your own mind. So if God is within you, then you are the arbiter of what's morally right and what's morally good. So then you would be your own God. That's what you sound like you're saying.
But in order to clarify, I want to say this. For example, there's a couple things that I can say short and sweet that totally debunk everything you just said.
Okay, sure.
One of many of which is, like most people would know, the Council of Nicaea. So when you say God's word does not change, that is a complete falsity. That's not true in any even slight form of fashion. God's word is changing even in this day, in this live that we're having right now. As you see that guy.
So you're equivocating. We're speaking about morality, good and bad, and then also you're saying that God mind. Real quick, morality have not changed in the Old Testament and within the New Testament. The morality has not changed. There's stories within the Old Testament and the New Testament. And once again, the Old Testament was a fallen state where people had to basically sacrifice animals to be forgiven for their sin. In the New Testament, God was the ultimate sacrifice. You no longer have to sacrifice anything like that, right? He came to forgive us for our sins. This is why we give our life to Jesus Christ. You get this, right?
The point that I'm making is that morality and what's right and wrong is fluent. And what I mean by that is nowadays people.
No, it isn't.
Hear me out. And I'm not saying with me it is. I'm saying with what your faith base has changed multiple times. Now your faith base, the same thing that you and the white guy, the Santa Claus looking guy, was agreeing upon, has changed dynamic.
I can bring them back up here.
Hold on,
It's good. Real quick. I know smoke pole, but it's good to not, like, if you're making an argument, making it towards me, don't make it towards other people, because I can bring him up so you can speak to him as well.
The philosophy that binds you is something that does change
over
time, because as we were talking about before, like, man, Christianity now, and you as you probably know, because you're a very intellectual guy, in churches now, they are justifying homosexuality.
So has the word of God changed, or did people choose to disobey God's word? Real quick, did the word of God change, or did people choose to disobey God's word?
There's been multiple versions of God's word, and that's why you have so many different denominations.
Real quick, no. There's one version of God's. Listen. There's one version. For the Bible, there's one version. There's one version of God's word. There's different interpretations.
They can be multiple different.
The Mormons, listen, time out. The Mormons, if you're speaking about different denominations and you're bringing up Mormons and stuff, is not that the word change, is that human beings use their subjective mind. This is when bad things happen. This is why we don't appeal to our minds, because we're human beings of flesh. We have desires, right? We feel things, we have feelings, we have emotions, and human beings tend to read something and interpret it, it can be off, right? They can interpret it right as well.
Or right. So what I'm saying is,
real quick, man, you cut me off. I'm just trying to land my plane, right? Real quick. Okay, I'm just trying to land my plane. Smoke pole. Let's have some decorum. I had Sage up. He had decorum. Let's have a little bit decorum,
You
okay?
have cut me off a couple times. So when I was
I've
responding
just
to your
started
question-
doing it because you
I
were the
digress.
first person
Your
that was
fault.
cutting off, if we're being
I
honest.
digress. It's your podcast.
Fair
Continue.
enough. Fair enough. All I'm saying here is very simple. So when we're speaking about morality and we're saying that is objective, right? You say that you have a problem with us appealing to something that's outside of our head because you don't actually believe that it's outside of our head because it has to be within another human, within another mind. But you're referring to like it must be another human's mind. It's
In
not
other
another.
words, if I needed a message from my father, I would go to
Okay.
my father, not someone who
There
knew
you-
my father and wrote about it.
Got it. So there you go, cutting me off again, right? Yep, there you go, cut me off. So if you let me land a plane, maybe you would listen to understand instead of listening to respond, because this isn't a hard concept, man. I got a high school education, right? I'm not the smartest person. I mispronounce words all the time. I'm not the greatest intellectual guy out there. But I got my IQ tested and it's fairly decent because I got bandwidth.
So you ain't no fool.
I got bandwidth, right? But all I'm saying is if we're getting down, because you're making multiple different arguments, right? So I've already demonstrated how that morality is objective. I've demonstrated that it's mind independent. We don't depend on our own mind. Once again, God sets the standard of morality. He's an omniscient, divine, eternal being that where the laws of logic and math and all of these things that we discover and we use every day, it's already, he created this, right? He gave us agency, the ability to have free will and choice. That's what we appeal to. So listen real quick. When you're speaking about different denominations, these are people that are reading scriptures, that are using their subjective mind, not leaning on the Lord. They're leaning on themselves. Like you said, well, we should, Lord is within us. Ain't no Lord within you. What you talking about? There ain't no Lord within many people out here. It ain't like that, bro. The world isn't like, oh, well, God is within me. Man, God isn't within people. It ain't like that. We're made in the image of God. This don't mean that God is within you. If you haven't fully sought out God, and then you wouldn't even know, right? So God is within some people, though, right? That is the case. But these are people that just make different interpretations of the scripture, and then they go on to make a denomination, and they go against the teachings that's in the book. Just like there'll be churches that hang up LGBTQ plus flags. You're like, God dang, it ain't no feminism or gay rights within any biblical scripture. So how is this right? But they'll just interpretate something wrong. This does not prove the fact that Christianity is changing and God's word is bad. No, God's word never changed. It was never bad, and Christianity never changed. People interpret things and make their own denominations and do weird stuff. So those are two different claims. I think I just defeated them both. But go ahead. What's your point?
Excellent. You know what? And I'll just put it to you like this. Only because of the title of your current video, Marquette and my son. If you even look at their discourse and you even listen to how their discourse went, right? They were talking about Louis Farrakhan, the old, and both of them were actually right. And if you research it without just doing quick clicks, both of them were actually right. Farrakhan has changed his viewpoint and softened it up as it relates to, what it is. I'm trying to prevent from saying words we already know. I don't want to, whatever. So it's like things are. When you talk about the word of God, this is where it gets very murky, is that the word of God was written by man with the same type of influential distractions that you were referring to, personal ambitions, manipulations. That's why you find things in the Bible like obey your earthly masters as you obey God in heaven. You have quotes in scripture that are based upon the ambitions of man, because you have to ask yourself, would God
you interpreted that, and what's your interpretation?
Would God make a son of himself as well as a slave? Do you see what I'm saying? I have to ask that question, because then you start to wonder, are these man's ambitions or the ambitions of God?
Yeah. So once again, you brung up a scripture, and the way you're interpreting that to make your argument is just false. And I can
didn't
break
give you an
that.
interpretation. I gave you word for word scripture.
But you gave me a scripture, but
Word for
then
word.
what you're insinuating, right? What you're insinuating is that that can't be good. So you're judging the scripture. If you're judging the scripture, you are giving it some type of interpretation by saying that is bad. But the reason why you're judging it as bad because you don't interpretate it properly. That's what I'm saying. So real quick.
Good or bad?
So real quick. We're gonna continue with the conversation because this is good.
It's been a pleasure, my man.
Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna keep you up. Yeah, I'm gonna keep you up. But I got more people that want to come on too. So stay up, and we'll have this dialogue, man. Let's bring up Powder Dusty because I know he has different views than me. Let's bring up. We only got Dane Snyder and Wicked James. Anyone else that wants to join the stream, click the first link in the YouTube description. I'll bring you up. I'm going to bring more of my mods up more of my members up. You know, they get privilege and access here, but I do want to honor new people that want to come on. So if new people come up, I can go ahead and put Dane and Wicked backstage again. But for right now, since no other new people are up, I'm going to go ahead and bring up Dane and Wicked. Let me know if you want to come up on this one. But anyways, okay, cool. So Powder Dusty and Dane, you've been listening to the conversation backstage. Dane, you're a member. Anything you want to say first?
Man, look. I didn't know you was going to bring me up with Powder Dusty. If I'd have known that, I'd have put on clean underwear, man.
You don't got to do that for me. Mine are dirty, too.
I can tell that by looking at your damn.
I do have a complaint, though, for Section 8 Santa. This pack of cigarettes you brought me for Christmas already has some out of it. What's going on here?
I didn't buy you no pack of cigarettes, man. I'm going to let you die of natural causes and pray for it to come quickly.
All right, fellas, let's get to the point. It's debate night. Let's get to the point. So
I like this guy Dane, man.
We'll go with Dane first. Yeah, he definitely do, man. He like me. Dane, we'll go with you first. Ask your question to anyone on the panel, and then Powder Dusty, you're next.
Real quickly though, I think that Sage Attacks guy would be somebody great if he come backstage, man, to bring back up. I was pretty impressed with his integrity, even though he did shift the goalpost a little bit.
Yeah, he's not backstage anymore. He just got off when me and Smokepole was going back and forth. So Sage, if you want to come back on up, man, you're welcome to come back on up.
Yeah, but really, I was just kind of backstage because you told me I was backstage. I was chatting back and forth in the chat with Sage Attacks. You know what I'm saying? But,
okay. So no questions?
Maybe P. Dusty over there could fire off some questions. I could respond to him. You know.
Okay, yeah. Powder Dusty, what you want to engage in this topic? Stay right here about morality not being Christian morality not being objective, or atheist morality being objective. You want to engage in this, or you want to start another topic?
This topic is good.
Fair enough. Go ahead. Ask a question.
Yeah, so when I started listening, I heard the two of you talking about Christian morality as an external morality system, as if that's a good thing, as if that's actually a real thing, and I don't believe it is, but we can get into that later. But why? What would you say the reason is why having an outsourcing your moral system is preferable to choosing it for yourself?
Okay. I'll explain very simple, right? So if it's the case that we all have subjective morality, we determine what's morally good and what's morally bad. And it's subjective to us. If morals is subjective to you, Powder Dusty, morals is subjective to Dane Snyder, and morals is subjective to Smokepole TV, and myself as well. It's all subjective. How do we make a justification for what is truly right? Like, who moral claim is more valid? It wouldn't be. Like, all of our moral claims would be equal. You would say yes to that, right?
That's a great question you're asking him as well, because you have to ask yourself the same thing about your religious moral compass. Who is setting that compass?
Yep. Well, we will, though, instead of doing the what about, real quick, instead of doing the whataboutism, because that's an easy answer for me, right? Let's just go ahead and answer that, right? So if morality is subjective between the four of us, If you say grape is bad, I say grape is good, he says grape is bad, how do we determine who is valid?
Well, I think that the part of the nature of being human is that we don't. None of us are God, and I think that referencing God and claiming to know God's will or God's morals, and say that this is why I'm
So then,
right,
what would be the effects of that? What would be the effects? The effects of it would be arguments. The effects of it would be fights, and it would come real quick. It would come down to who can enforce their will on other people. So if I'm stronger, if I'm better at shooting guns, you say that it's bad, you say that it's bad, and you say that it's bad, but I say that is good. Well, guess what? I'll threaten all of you, and all of you guys would have to follow my moral standard or you would die. So it's going to come down to might makes right. This is why we do not appeal to self. We appeal to the things that is outside of self. So might doesn't make right.
You just explained why you're a Christian.
You just explained morality.
Right.
You just explained how
You are
why
they just didn't get anything.
I'm not
They
saying
just
I'm not.
didn't
I'm
get
just
it.
saying that you just explained why Christianity has taken over our society.
They
Why,
didn't get it.
I'm serious. You just explained it.
If you mean that, so one part, yeah, if Christianity, they follow one moral standard. If everyone is following, think about this. If everyone follows one moral standard, then even if people choose not to follow that moral standard, we can put consequences on it. You get what I'm saying? There's still if it's objectively good and things are objectively bad, we can put consequences on the things that are good and the things that are bad, and it would never change. Abortion is legal. I think it came legal in the 1960s. Why did it change? It wasn't legal prior to that. It was illegal. But it changed because it's people, they go with, it's subjective. Let's go by vote, right? Let's vote on this. What the freak is that?
If I could get in here.
Go ahead, Dane.
If I could get in here. Okay, for P. Dusty and Smoke Pole, because to be honest with you, I've been going back and forth in the chat with a few people, so I may have missed some gaps here. Plus, I'm old, I'm redneck, and I'm slow. So maybe y'all could tell me what it is, what measurement, what standard y'all use to establish what is good or ethical in your worldview. I'm sorry, what was that?
I said amazing.
Amazing.
Hey, are you asking me or are you asking Powder Dusty?
Both of y'all.
Maybe both of you. Let's start with Smoke Pole TV first, and then we go with Powder Dusty.
First, can Dane answer my question though? He responded to my question with the same question back.
Okay.
So why is having an external moral compass better?
Because it keeps people from being crazy and doing crazy things to other people and saying, well, this is right because I think it is. Jeffrey Dahmer thought it was moral and ethical to kidnap other men, kill them, cook them, and eat them in his own mind.
Okay, so when I say Christianity has changed, was there not a time when they were burning people from the stakes thinking they were witches? Was there not a time
they were disobeying God? Yeah, there was consequences. God flooded the earth because of that.
So wait, because then we also have Sharia law. You have a whole bunch of other people that believe in a totally different. So my point being,
man, you're moving the goalpost to a whole nother religion now.
Smoke Pole.
Not moving the goalpost.
Yeah, you
are. Smoke Pole.
We're not Muslims.
Have you ever been in a library? I'm sure you have.
Okay.
Okay, back in my day, now I'm over half a century old, man. I'm old, fat, and wore out. But back in my day, you had to go to a little cabinet, had little drawers in it, and had to look through little cards and look up numbers.
Catalog.
Now they got, you're right. So you know what I'm talking about. Now they got computers. All right. Now imagine you walk into a library, you want to look up a book, get some information out of, and all the bookshelves are gone and the books are piled up in the middle of the library. That don't make, man, that ain't gonna work. Okay, so chill out a minute, brother. Let's back down a little bit. Let's go like one book at a time. So like Powder Dusty, OP Dusty over here.
Of substance, because chill out isn't enough.
Do what now?
I said, please tell me something of substance because chill out is not enough.
Okay, what I'm telling you of substance is you might want to have some decorum and go along with everybody else having a discussion. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of nonsense. Now, P. Dusty over here, which I keep calling him P. Dusty, and I don't think he realizes I'm making an allusion to P. Diddy to make fun of him because he don't seem sufficiently offended. But P. Dusty over here was in the middle of responding to a question when you started spurging out, man. So just, that's all I'm saying. Just calm down. Let's get with the kind of organized here.
That's enough
Otherwise,
tone
it's just a bunch
policing
of barking.
At a Section 8 Santa.
Talk to
Let's
his
go.
kids.
What was that, P. Dusty?
I said that's enough tone policing. We get it.
Right.
Yeah, let's not have the meta conversation. Let's just have the conversation, fellas. Go ahead.
What were you saying, Dusty?
Something to substance.
What I was asking you, well, earlier I asked you why you think external is better. Now, my follow-up to that would be the decision to outsource your moral decision making is a personal, subjective one. So no matter how you slice it, if we're being honest, you can't actually get away from the fact that all moral decisions are personal decisions, because with morality, we're talking about what's right and wrong, and it's applicable to our behavior and our actions, which we're always responsible for.
So you posing that to me or Cooley?
Well, I was talking to you, but either.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, from my perspective, because me personally, and I can't speak for other Christians, but for me personally, God, the Godhead, is an actual entity that exists just like my desk in front of me exists. It's not a good idea. I've heard other Christians before try to make the argument, well, if you live by the Bible and the Bible's a lie, well, you've lived a good life. But if the Bible's true, you get to go to heaven. Well, those people don't really believe that God exists. They're just stacking their bets with the best possible option. That's not my self-actualization in my head of my reality. In my reality, God actually exists. It's actually an entity that exists outside of the known universe. He's external to that. He's outside of nature. Now, if that is the case, and I root and ground my moral and ethical system in what the only revelation I know of him that is true, and I say, well, this is right or wrong or ethical, unethical, fair, unfair, not because Dane likes it, but because thus saith the Lord, that would be outside of my mind, which would make it an objective stance. Now, you may not believe that God exists. You may believe he's a figment of my imagination. So for you could make the argument, say, well, that's a subjective position. But from my perspective, it's objective, because I'm not basing my morals and ethics on what I think. I'm not basing my morals and ethics on what I think. I'm basing my morals and objectives based on the Christian ethical standard, the moral code, which is outside of my own head.
Yeah, but you chose that, and you acknowledge that.
I didn't choose that. Did you choose yours?
My ethical standard, yeah.
Yeah, so you just chose it. So it's your preferences.
Right, and Christianity.
So if your preferences that you chose, if you woke up in the morning and your preferences changed, then your whole worldview and ethical system could change.
And yes, and if you wake up tomorrow and you're Muslim.
No, sir. That's not going to happen.
Let me finish.
That's not going to happen. If I believe, no, hold up. You're denying the fact.
Dane, let him land his plane after this too.
Okay, you're denying the fact that I truly believe, just like my desk in front of me is real, that God is real.
Not ignoring that.
I'm not going to wake up in the morning and all of a sudden decide that God is unreal.
I am not ignoring that.
Okay, Dusty, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not ignoring that. What I'm pointing out is that you believe, you said it yourself, you believe, you kept using these qualifiers. It is your perspective and your decision. You could wake up tomorrow.
I didn't say decision. Did not say decision.
I know you did. I'm saying decision. It's your decision what you believe. You chose Christianity. That's what you believe right now.
I didn't choose Christianity.
Bro, you are out of control. Get your shit together, man. You chose your religion.
I didn't choose it. Stop strawmanning my position.
Hey, Dane, let him fully land his plane. Dane, real quick. Look. We'll do this. Dane, let him fully land his plane. Powder Dusty, you can fully land your plane, and then Dane, just remember it and refute it afterwards if you need to.
10-4 there, rubber duck.
Dane, the reason that you're interrupting me and getting red and mad is because you know that you choose your religion. That's what free will is all about. Christianity loses meaning without free will. If you didn't have that choice, then everything in Christianity wouldn't matter. It's crucial to your religion. So, like I was saying, you've chosen this religious system. Just like if you could change your mind, you could renounce God, you could choose Satan tomorrow, you could choose Muhammad tomorrow, whatever you want. My point is that decision to choose an external moral source is still an internal, personal, subjective one. I land.
I didn't choose anything. I need you to explain to me how I chose something. Did you choose that microphone in front of you exist? Did you choose that? No, I didn't choose anything. What I did was I wanted to know what was true. And just like you want to know what is true and you arrived at a false conclusion, I sought out what was true, that was defensible, that I could defend, that was logical, that arrived me at my position.
Just the fact
So
that
when
you're
you
starting
say
out
that
flat
I
out,
chose, when you say I chose something, that's simply not true. That's
choose to
taking
start
your
speaking.
understanding, and you're applying it to my worldview. I could likewise say that you just chose to be a degenerate, anti-Christian atheist who just wanted to live life how you want to live. But I don't know that to be true. So I did not choose anything. So the rest of your whole little diatribe there falls apart. I didn't choose anything.
When you said you searched out for truth, right? When you just, as far as what you just said, you said you searched out for truth. Did you choose to search?
Did I choose what?
To search.
Of course not.
So you just woke up sleepwalking one day and found a Bible at night and it just popped in your hand and the information just started absorbing.
It has nothing to do with a Bible popping in my hand. It has nothing to do with. You asked me a question. Let me answer it. Let me answer it. See, now you're trying to prescribe your own mythological imagination of how I arrived at where I'm at. Didn't no Bible pop in my hand?
You said you searched for whatever you were looking for.
Right. I was looking. I wanted to know. Excuse me. Can I finish? Can I answer your question?
Sure.
I wanted to know what was true. So I went to search out what was true, and that search led me to where I am today. That doesn't mean that I chose. That does not mean that I chose. Please stop spurging like a woman. That does not mean that I chose to be. That does not mean to be. I haven't insulted anyone. I haven't insulted anyone.
All right, fellas. One mic at a time. Smoke TV. You gonna speak right after Dane? Go ahead and land your plane. And then Smoke TV, the floor is yours.
Okay. While I'm in this 1v2 debate back and forth between these two hellbound sinners here, I did not choose anything. What I did was I went to look for what was true, and that brought me to where I am. Now what P. Dusty over here claimed was that I chose to be a Christian. I didn't choose to be a Christian. I could have been a Buddhist, a Hindu, an atheist. I could have been hellbound sinners like the two of y'all. But I arrived at the truth, which was Christ.
Christianity. It just so happens to be what Dane is saying. It just so happens to be is he was searching, but he's searching for truth. He didn't choose it. It just happens to be that Christianity was true. The other ones was lies.
Y'all can't impose y'all's imagination on my life story.
And is that statement you just made subjective or objective?
Which one? I made a lot of statements.
No, when you say it's truth, what you chose is true, and whatever other people chose that didn't choose what you chose is lies. Because I don't know a measurement that you can dictate that. And if we did have a measurement, we wouldn't be in so many world wars right now. So
sure we would.
We'll still be in world wars is because people have the ability to they have free will, right? So since human beings have free will, they're going to choose to disobey.
You chose.
But listen. I think that most people. I think that in human nature, I don't think that we have a natural propensity to move towards things that are untrue. We always are on a discovery and moving for truth. Naturally, we're doing it without even knowing. So what Dane is explaining here is he's basically explaining it's not really a choice. This is something that's embedded in all of us, and this just so happens to be that during this discovery, the thing that was true was Christianity. I'm not trying to make his argument for him, but I think that you guys are just maybe misunderstanding it.
Let me ask Smoke Pole this. Let me ask Smoke Pole this. I can ask both of y'all this. Do y'all know what a Geiger counter is?
Isn't that the Earth? Remind me.
A Geiger counter is a tool that people use when they're dealing with radioactivity. It's a little box with a little wand, and they walk around, and it makes a little clicking noise when they get around radiation. And the more concentrated the radiation is, the faster it clicks and everything.
An EMF meter. I've got one, actually.
Okay, whatever. It's a Geiger counter in my world, but you can make up whatever words you want. So, okay, now that Geiger counter, prior to its invention, a woman named Madame Curie, who was like a pioneer in X-ray technology, she carried around radioactivity test tubes in her pocket and kept them in her desk drawer, and she died of radiation poisoning. So that radiation existed before the Geiger counter.
Look.
Okay, we would get sunburned. We would get sunburned from being in the sun because of the radiation. So those things existed. Hang on. Now, does the fact that radiation exists and we discovered the radiation and we have the Geiger counter and instruments to detect it, does that mean that we chose to believe in radiation? No. It means that our search for truth brought us to the point to where we discovered that radiation existed.
You are not addressing what I'm actually talking about. I'm not arguing whether or not Christianity is true. It may be true. It may not be true.
Not either.
What I'm saying is that you're just like I'm not a Christian, and you.
No shit.
Your decision.
Dang, let him land his plane, man.
Christianity is a subjective one. That's the subjective part. You're making that decision.
How is it subjective?
Because where's the meter?
Do you have the right to deny it?
You asked. Let me answer that, please, Powder, because you
I can't respond to both of y'all at one time.
No, please, because it's a simple answer, and it's something that, and I want to use what you asked that guy Sage. Where's the meter to count what you're talking about? Where's the measurement? Where's the measurement? What in your life? Because I tell you what.
Can I answer you? Can I answer you? You here to give a speech? You here to gish gallop in the speech? Can I answer you? It's a simple answer. Are you here to gish gallop? You just here to perform? Or you want me to answer the question?
No, I want you to let me finish.
Smoke. Oh yeah, Dane, let him finish.
Nothing about you like exemplifies God or God.
I don't care what you think about me.
When you say that God and you found this truth, what did it do for your life? What measurement? It's not your weight. It's not your finances. It's nothing. What are you talking about?
How old were you when your mama ran your daddy off and then turned you against your daddy?
Answer the question. Where does God?
I'm answering the question.
That you are looking
I'm answering the question. If you'll shut up a minute.
Okay, fellas, one mic at a time. Dane. Real quick. Dane, because your audio. I got you, Smoke Pro TV.
This man found God.
Smoke Pro, real quick. Let's just create some quick decorum, Smoke Pro. No, I got you. I'm gonna have you repeat the entire question. Real quick, listen. Dane's audio is overpowering yours for sure. So I got you because I couldn't really hear you. So I know the audience can hear you. So Dane, don't say anything. Let him just get his full question out and then answer it. Go ahead, Smoke TV.
Where's the measurement? And it's simple. If you found God, just like you asked Sage, where's the measurement? Because it's not in your weight. I look in your background. Your couches look dirty and dusty and old and holes in them. You look broke. Like, where in the world is there some sort of measurement, an inch like you asked Sage, a dollar sign like you asked Sage? Where in your representation of your being fat and looking greasy like you haven't showered in a week does it exemplify God? Because I don't see it. I don't see something objective or even subjective. Show me a measurement that says you found God and Powder Dusty didn't, or P. Diddy, or whatever you want to call him. Because look, you look like an embarrassment. And if what finding God is represented in you, then I'd rather be like P. Dusty, because P. Dusty looks like he's in halfway decent shape. He looks healthy. His background looks like he's doing well. Where's God in you in this measurable shit that you ask Sage to present?
If we're being honest, Diddy looks healthy and Diddy is rich and Diddy got a big old mansion and Diddy life is pretty good. Would you Would you want to be like Diddy? Would you want to be like Diddy? So by using your logic, if you're appealing to material, if you're appealing to the material world and physical things to justify God, God being in someone and things like that, that's nonsensical. Because therefore that means that you would choose to be just like Diddy.
Why would you ask Sage that then?
Why don't you follow Diddy?
He's right and Sage is wrong.
No, I'm using Smoke Pole TV. I just use your logic against you, right? Here's your logic. I'm gonna repeat it back to you. Your logic is very simple. I need to, when I look at you, Dane, I don't see any God there. You talked about his background. You talked about him. There's no God there. Listen. There's no God there. If you look at Diddy in a big old, stop it. If you look at Diddy in his big old, when he was in his big old mansion, everything was good. Everything was good. Would you see God there?
You missed. I wasn't talking about no P. Diddy.
No. Stop it. It's using your logic.
Powder, did you understand what I was saying?
I understand both of you. He's using your logic he's
not
saying
you.
I'm Diddy. Yeah.
I'm not saying him. I'm not saying he's Diddy. I'm using your logical argument against you to show you, to demonstrate how nonsensical and stupid it is. Basically, so people are in poor countries. Is God not there because they're in poverty?
This is so basic. Let me just basically explain what I'm saying. If he asked Sage to show him a measurable piece of something, whether it's an inch, and this is his words. I haven't said anything personal yet. He said to Sage, who I don't agree with, but I'm just using your guys' logic against you.
No, you're using it bad, actually. You're not using it right.
And the plane.
Okay, go ahead.
He says to Sage, give me an inch, a measurement, something to show that you're right and I'm wrong.
When we're speaking about objective, stop it. You're using it. Smoke pole.
Let me finish. I'm asking
Go ahead.
him
Land your plane.
in the same way that he asked Sage, show me a measurement from him, whether it's his weight.
I'll refute it in 2 seconds.
Whether it's the red glow on his face that looks like he hasn't showered.
Let me refute it in 2 seconds, Smoke Pole. Let me refute it in 2 seconds. You're conflating two different arguments. When he was speaking to Sage, they were having a conversation about objective and subjective morality. Basically, he needed to see objectively mind independent, not something dependent on a mind, right? That's what I'm saying.
Measurement.
So no, stop it. That's something totally different than what you're speaking about right now.
I digress.
You're saying that you need to the only way that you can, the evidence for God is, how people live, how your weight is, how that is. That's a measurement of God. But listen, that's why I refuted your argument and I said Diddy. When you look at Diddy, when you look at Diddy, he's rich, he's wealthy, he's in shape, he got a fresh cut, he do the Diddy bop.
He's broken in prison. It's not.
I'm saying when he was rich, when he was rich. When you look at Diddy, when he prior to the imprisonment, you didn't know that he was a sexual deviant. You didn't know that he had devils in the closet. But if you just looked at him, you would think that he's a man of God based off of your logic.
Let me try to get it back on track, because there's a good question there that got lost underneath the ad homs. Dane, how do you know? What measurement are you using to assess truth or reality? Not that that was really what I was questioning, but you insisted it. So how are you measuring that?
Thank you for simplifying.
Well, I'm not sure that he could simplify it much farther than your simple mind stated it. But let's say that I am just a fat, redneck, uneducated, ain't showered in 3 years. I got mushrooms growing on my asshole. What is it about what I've said that is not true that you can prove, you can falsify is not true?
We're asking you, what measurement are you proving that?
I get what you're asking me. I haven't asked you for a measurement.
The mushrooms on your ass.
Excuse me. I let you go on like a woman for about 10 minutes while you showed your ovaries. Okay. Now, do I get to respond, or are you just going to be like most women? Go ahead,
Dane. Forget the meta conversation, Dane. Just respond. You got it.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Sage Attacks over there. I asked him how he developed what was right or wrong, and he said it had to do with the amount, which is a measurement. Now, I understand this is beyond your intellectual ability, but the amount implies a measurement of suffering. So I asked him, how does he measure the suffering? He couldn't come up with a unit of measure.
Nor can you.
I'm not asking for a measurement. That's something you've co-opted from him. I haven't claimed there's a measurement here. Can you tell me the 3 laws of logic, Smoke Pole?
No, what I can tell you is that you
Can
have
you
no
tell
idea
me the
of
three
my
laws of
question.
logic, or are you just a dumb woman with a penis? You're just a dumb woman with a penis. Can you tell me? I'm dealing in logic, so we need to speak the same language, pole smoker.
We don't.
Can you tell me the three laws of logic?
Because you wouldn't talk to me like that.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me the three laws of logic?
I Dane, that's your question. Smoke Pole, you want to answer or not?
Three laws of logic. I have no idea what he's talking about, nor do I.
Because you're dumb.
Okay, then
I
please
can tell you,
enlighten
it
me.
doesn't matter. I still agree with him. Like,
Did you agree with the dummy, P. Dusty? You're dumb.
No.
You don't
No,
understand what I'm talking because I'm talking about logic.
So you're saying it's a
talking about your
binary.
ovaries. You're talking about your little clitoris. It's all warmed up and warm and fuzzy and moist.
All right. Listen. Let's chill out with the ad hominems. Everybody on the panel. Let's
I'm
chill out
just
with the ad
speaking the
hominems.
language he understands. I'm speaking his language, but I get it.
Dane. Let's actually have a good, coherent argument back and forth, and let's have some decorum. Enough of the ad hominems. Let's actually destroy their arguments. So they're pushing. They got questions. Let's just destroy.
I was speaking the language he understands.
All right, fair enough, Dane. Go ahead, Smoke Pole TV. What you say?
What I asked him as far as the personal attacks is because there has to be a measurement, whether we're talking about pain or we're talking about success. Whatever we're talking about, if we're talking about subjective versus objective, then there has to be a measurement. If we're going to
there doesn't.
This, let me finish, Dane. And I'm not trying to argue with you. My point being is that if you're going to tell him he's wrong, then you have to use the same standard to prove that you're right. So what I'm asking you, so what I'm saying to you is that you as this Christian and this and even Cooley,
he was doing an internal critique, man. So like you're straw man in it. Since he's doing an internal critique, he's asking him things based off of his worldview to prove. Our worldview is just different, man. It's not going to be the same metrics.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand.
You're just not understanding that part.
You guys believe, and you have chosen to believe, is that your worldview is right.
Okay, let me demonstrate it to you. Let me just demonstrate it to you.
I'll digress again.
Okay, let me demonstrate it to you real quick. You are in the business of you're a chef. That's what you do. Hypothetically, you're a chef. I'm in a business. I mow lawns for a living, right? The things that I'm speaking about to mow the lawn. Listen, I need the measurements of of the grass. How big is your yard? Okay, that's good. The measurements that you're going to be asking for. Well, how big is the people that's going to be coming? Because I need to know how many plates I need to make, right? So there's different measurements and things within the worldview. So under his worldview, he's Powder Dusty. You're atheist, right?
Agnostic.
Okay, yeah, you're atheist. So I mean, like, it's different measurements under that worldview when we're speaking about objective morality, subjective morality, and things like that. We're going to ask different questions because the worldview is different. Like, he's going to ask different questions to me. Like, why would I ask you under your worldview if you are an atheist? Well, do you believe in a Trinity? What? They don't. Wow. What?
But we're talking about objective morality. So the fact that we even have different perspectives proves it's subjective.
100%.
No. So we all have different perceptions of life.
Here, bro. Like, I'm so glad we have somebody that has because I'm a little emotional, so I sometimes add some extra shit. I see Powder, you kind of put it straight. You kind of take off.
You a little emotional. You're like a damn woman.
No, man. Listen, he didn't say anything good. Listen. Stop, man. Enough of that hominems. Smoke Pole, what he said was it didn't demonstrate anything and it didn't negate any of the points, right? He just asked the question.
You can't prove your facts.
No, he's saying that since I believe this and you don't agree with me, then it's subject. No, stop it. Listen.
Believe.
If I have a different, if we have different opinions, I'll demonstrate it to you. We can all have different opinions about something. Does that negate the fact that there is still something objective out? If a tree is in a forest, but you're not around, is the tree still there?
Absolutely.
Okay, which means that we can all have things are objective without us being there. We can have different opinions and our own. Listen. We can have. We can have different opinions about
Right.
things.
If we
This
believe the
doesn't
tree's there,
mean,
then it's
listen,
subjective.
this doesn't mean that 1 + 1 does not equal. If we all believe that 1 +
right.
1 equals everything but 2, this still doesn't negate the fact that 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. It's still going to equal 2, even if we got our
Equal
math
sign
wrong.
is
Hold on,
Christianity. Show me 1 + 1.
But we're talking about with morality. We're talking about good and bad, which is
We are talking about good and bad.
subjective, which is a subjective measure, thing. Anyways,
Under your worldview, it's subjective.
well, you're claiming that it's objective. However,
if there's
the fact
different
that we're-
worldviews that
Bro, let me do
people
it,
have a
Smoke Bowl.
potential,
The fact that
it's
we're
not
That
here,
doesn't negate
Cooley,
the.
you
I
just-
just demonstrated it.
Cooley,
Listen, bro.
you just said something
We
very
can
powerful.
okay.
You
If it's a
just said-
tree in a forest, if there's a tree in a forest, is that objectively true with you not seeing the tree? Is that
Do you
objectively
believe
true?
There's a tree in the forest. Or
No,
do we
stop it.
know?
There is a tree in the forest, but you're
we
not
know
there.
or do we
You're not
believe?
able. Listen, you're not able to know.
So then we don't.
My
know
point
there's
is,
a tree there.
is there a tree in the forest?
If we're not
we're
able
talking
to know,
about
that makes
we're
it
talking about
automatically
a
subjective.
subjective.
Okay. If you
Smoke
can't,
Bowl,
real quick,
Jill, let me
I'll
do
word it this way, real quick. If you can't observe the tree, you can't
Can you
see
observe
the
good?
tree, you can't hear the tree. By using your 5 senses, you can't see, touch, taste, smell, or hear this tree. You can't do any of that stuff. But are trees? If you can't see it, would the tree in a forest still exist? Would that be objectively true?
That would be objectively true, but that's not a good comparison.
That is the perfect analogy to all of this.
Let me explain why.
That
Let me explain why.
Objective
We're
is
talking
not.
about-
Objective means mind independent,
We're
not mind
talking
dependent.
about
It doesn't depend on our
good
mind
and
for the
bad.
tree to be
Tree.
real. It doesn't
You're not the
depend on
dictator of the
our
tree.
mind for
You've
the
never
tree
seen
to
the
be
tree.
real.
Now you're gonna crash
It's
out. 'Cause you don't-
objective.
Now you're gonna crash out because you don't want to hear my response.
No, Dusty, I'm not crashing out. You know I
It's
talk
not a
spirited.
good
Go ahead, Dusty.
It's not.
They
a good
always say
comparison.
we crash out when we win.
know,
They
right?
always say we crash out.
You do for sure.
We gotta entertain, man.
So-
Go ahead,
Your
Dusty. Go
mama,
ahead.
your mama.
The reason it's not a good comparison is because we're talking about good and bad, which is not an independent, tangible thing.
We're
It's
speaking about
characteristic of a thing.
objective. We're speaking about morality, the good and the bad. That's objective. I gave an example of something being objective that's not dependent on the mind, that is independent of a mind, which is a tree, right?
Okay. Can you give an example of good and bad existing independent of a mind?
Yes.
What?
Are you ready?
Yep.
That was a good question.
For good and bad existing, not dependent on a mind.
Independent of a mind.
Independent
I
of
want to
mind.
answer that.
Okay. I'll go ahead and answer it. I already answered it
one.
before. I think I answered it with Sage, but I'll go ahead and answer it. So, are there things like the law? Dusty, you know the laws of logic, the 3 laws of logic.
Yes.
You think that we need to adhere to laws of logic to even make sentences. You believe that logic is real. Did we discover logic, or has logic always been there?
I think that we define it. I think the laws of logic recognize that when we define it's basically we define it. It was defined by humans.
if we weren't here,
Develops as we
if
understand
if
reality.
we weren't here, would the laws of logic still be there?
No, because
no.
logic is based on a perception of the mind.
But
Like,
real quick,
reality
listen. You
exists
don't
regardless
smoke
of
pole.
what is
You don't
logic.
even know what the 3 laws of logic is. Hold on, let me just have this conversation
Amen,
with
brother
Powder Dusty.
Cooley. Amen, brother Cooley. That
'Cause
dude
he
don't
knows
even know
what
what
the 3
logic
laws-
is.
He knows what the 3 laws of
What you guys
logic is,
read
man.
Are the 3 laws of logic? I guess I'm unqualified to be logical.
Absolutely,
no,
absolutely. But you can learn. You can learn if you know your role. Shut your damn mouth and have a seat. Me and Cooley will teach us,
Calm down.
ma'am.
Hey, loosen
I
up the
got you.
little
Smoke
panty
Pole
drawers you got
TV.
on, bro, because you wouldn't. I'm not even gonna talk.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
sound silly.
Yo, Dane, chill out with the ad hominems, man. We got to chill out with it. Let's have the discussion.
I'm sorry, I'm just
give you
speaking
the
his
3
language. My
laws.
bad.
Here's the 3 laws
how
of
about
logic.
after this is done, you go to my page and then you figure out what language I speak. Stop the bump, don't
All right,
Cooley
smoke pole.
talking. Shut your mouth, man. Cooley talking.
Smoke pole. Dane, chill, man. Chill. You got to chill, Dane, man. Or I got to put you backstage. Even though you a member, still got to put you backstage. We got to have some decorum. We got to get these arguments out. So here's what I'm saying. I'll give you the 3 laws of logic. It's the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction. Those are the 3 traditional laws of logic, right? So, Powder Dusty, you asked me a question. Well, how can you prove that morality is objective? That's your question, right?
It was give me an example of something that is good and independent of mind.
Okay, basically it's you want me to prove something that is independent of a mind, but you need
Prove
evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, you need evidence. Okay, so
Well, no, I mean like for example, a tree. We understand that that's a tangible thing that exists, whether or not we are aware of it, right?
Yes.
But good doesn't have the same qualities as a tree does, so it doesn't work with good.
I got you. So basically, you're looking for evidence of basically God and to show that morality is objective. That's what you want, right? So basically, have you ever heard of the transcendental categories? These is things that is categories within metaphysics. So the 3 laws of logic, the self, things like that. Things that we have no evidence for. There's no evidence of logic. You can't point to it. You can't touch it. You can't see it. You can't smell it. But we utilize it every day in order for us to make sentences, in order for us to walk in a straight line.
Right.
So these are all metaphysical categories that we appeal to, but we have no evidence for. So I'm asking you a question. Is the laws of logic and the self, right? Or what the self means, right? Is that true? Like, is the laws of logic a universal, or is it dependent on our mind?
The laws of logic are dependent. It's how we have observed reality. So it is mind dependent. For instance, let me look at the law of identity. Right, identity of anyone or anything depends on how we define it. For instance, I'm me, but we're all people. Right? You can use so that we would fit into both identities, but only I would fit into one of them. So
is it objective or subjective?
It's situational.
Wait,
so
what?
I would say it's situational. Whether if again with the law of identity used as an example, if I identify all of us as people, then yes, we're all in that category. However, if
with the law of identity, a simple example is I'm David, therefore Powder Dusty can never be David.
Correct. But if we change the identity to you're a person, then all of a sudden we have the same identity within that definition. So the laws of logic are defined. It's structure that we've applied to reality.
No, that's just using it. It's unchanging. It's unchanging. You're just moving. No, you didn't change it at all. The law itself did not change. You just used it to fit a different sentence, but it did not change.
Cooley,
The same order. Real quick, this you actually demonstrated the same. Are we people? Since I'm a person, therefore I can not this animal, right? I'm a human being, therefore this animal cannot be a human being. Because it is an animal. I'm David, therefore Powder Dusty can never be David. You get what I'm saying? So therefore you're just moving the category, but you're still using the same law of identity to explain the logic there. So here's my question real quick. Smokepole TV. Let me just Smokepole TV. Me and Dusty having a conversation. My bad, real quick. I'm just gonna land my plane. So you are basically asking me to demonstrate to prove with evidence that morality is objective or that there is a God.
Or even just give me an example.
No, listen. This is the example. This is actually the argument, right? The argument is very simple. You believe and you appeal every day to transcendental categories, things that are metaphysical, things that you cannot see, touch, taste, smell, or hear, things that you have no evidence for, but you still utilize it and you still believe in it, and it is. So, what are you speaking about, Powder Dusty? Which means that
concepts.
Okay, this is more than just concepts, right? Which means that when it comes to things that are objective, it's not mind dependent. So when we're speaking about God, right, now I'm going to map it for you. When we're speaking about God and we're looking at like logic and reason, logic itself has to appeal to a type of universal logic for it to be coherent and consistent, and all of that requires like an omniscient divine mind, right? How would logic, how would we know that logic and reason, how could we even use logic and reason if it wasn't another mind, which is a mind that is divine, a mind that is omniscient, a mind that is eternal, a mind that never changes, then this means that the laws of logic would change. But you just demonstrated and you showed how the laws of logic don't change. You brought up one scenario and brought up another one, and I proved to you how the laws of the logic didn't change. The category changed with you using the laws of logic, which makes it universal. So it has to be a mind for this to, it has to be a mind outside of ours for this to be universal. That's the claim.
Oh,
it's
cool.
very simple. So you are already appealing to something with no evidence, but you utilize the evidence right now by using sentences. So this thing is universal, basically. That's the I think I did it pretty good. That's the transcendental category argument of proving God's existence. Shout out to Jay Dyer.
Yeah. So I used the laws of logic to demonstrate that the laws of logic were a man-made application. I wasn't trying to refute the laws of logic. First of all,
it isn't a man-made application, though. You just proved that.
It's a man-made application.
Demonstrate it.
Does 3 exist independent of us?
No.
You're talking about that?
No. If I can respond to that, no. Now, I know you bunch of atheist, non-believer, hell-bound sinners appeal to 1 + 1 = 2. Numbers are absolutely a construct of the mind. I want you to objectively prove to me that the number 3 exists outside of your own mind and the social construct.
I see Christ coming all off of you.
Hold on.
Excuse me, Smoke Pole. Shut up, please. Grown men are talking. Know your role and shut your mouth, Smoke Pole. Grown
Hey, yo, y'all got beef, man. Listen, real quick.
Go back over there, scratch your clitoris, and let grown men talk.
God bless you.
Y'all got mad smoke. Real quick. Smoke Pole, you up next. Right after Dane answer the Smoke Pole, you up next. So go ahead, Dane.
First of all,
God bless you.
Dane, please do not scratch clitorises.
Let Dane answer the question. Go ahead, Dane.
All right. P. Dusty, my feminized friend P. Dusty, that I have a lot of respect for as far as ladies go. I need you to explain to me, demonstrate for me objectively that the number 3 exists outside of your mind and outside of shut up,
Smoke Pole. Just let him land the plane.
Smoke Pole. Behave, son.
All right, Dane, go ahead. Get to it, man.
Golly. Powdered Dusty. My relatively reasonable friend.
Right.
Okay, he spends too much time in the gym. Explain to me objectively how the number 3 exists outside of your mind and the social construct of minds that agree that that symbol of black marks on white paper that we agree is 3, that is equal to a value, a certain amount. Explain to me how that exists outside of our minds.
Thank you. I don't actually believe it exists outside of our minds. That's why I used that question. It's a great example because just like 3 doesn't exist outside of our minds, the good and bad distinction is inside of our minds.
Wait, what? 3 doesn't exist outside of our mind. Listen, real quick, that didn't even connect. 3 doesn't exist outside of our minds, but somehow the good and the bad exist inside of our minds. Okay, go ahead.
Both of them are subjective, mind-dependent structures.
As is religion.
How so? How so? Within your worldview, how so?
As is religion.
Well, we agree that 3 it doesn't exist, right? You just did that whole build-up. So 3.
The number 3, to answer that, the number 3 is a social construct that does not objectively exist.
Right. It's used to describe things that do exist.
We agree that that symbol, that mark on paper, represents a certain amount, but that's contingent upon what we agree on. And 3 actually exists in reality even more than good and bad does, right? Because whether or not you're looking at it, this is 3 pocket knives, right? No, it's not. No, it's not. I need you to defend that. You made a claim that adds up to 3. I need you to objectively prove that those are 3 pocket knives and not potato or tree or interstate highway pocket knives.
Right. But I'm not making that claim. What I'm saying is that
You just made the claim, though. You can't make a claim and then say you didn't make the claim, P. Dusty. You made the claim. You said these are 3-dot pocket knives, and I said they're not. And I asked you to support that claim, and then you said you weren't making the claim.
Chill.
I have scratched a lot of clitorises, be honest with you. I mean, I'm not necessarily proud of that.
All right, fellas. Go ahead, Powder Dusty. Dane, allow Powder Dusty to land his plane. Powder Dusty, land your plane, and Dane, remember, just refute it all afterwards. Go ahead.
Okay. So 3 is a concept. There's 3 knives there because we've defined what 3 is, and we can recognize that that reality fits the definition of 3. There's 3 things there. Similarly, good and bad is what is a trait of a thing. It's not an independent thing. It's used to describe something, and it does not exist without a human there or a mind there to interpret whether something is good or bad. A tree does exist. Go ahead.
All right. So you and I, based on our culture and civilization, our education, you and I would agree that that amount of pocket knives you just held up were equal to 3 pocket knives as far as the value of an amount. Right. Do you and I also agree that God exists and what God says is good and what God says is evil?
If God existed, then sure, that would be true, but I don't believe God exists. And I also...
So would that mean that we don't agree to that? So does that mean we don't agree to that?
Hold on. Real quick, I also want to point out that the way that you just define good and bad is also subjective because it's mind dependent. It's just subjective.
I understand that's a cool little story you told, and it'd be terrible for something bad to happen to it. But I'm asking you, would you and I agree, just like we agree that those 3 knives are 3 knives, we agree on that, that we would agree that God exists and what he says is good and what he says is bad?
No, I do not agree.
Okay, well then your analogy with your 3 pocket knives is a complete non sequitur. It doesn't mean anything to discussion. Shut up, Smoke Pole. Grown men talking.
Smoke Pole, just let him land a plane real quick.
Grown men talking. Grown men talking.
You next, Smoke Pole. You next.
So P. Dusty, your standard of truth exists within your mind.
Okay, you got some other people back here.
Your standard of truth exists within your mind. Now, I would agree with you that those 3 pocket knives add up to the amount of 3 because you now Cooley moving you around. Now I got to move around. So because you and I agree on that. You agree on that. Shut up, Smoke Pole. I guess you didn't get enough attention in your life, man.
Yo, Smoke Pole, let him land his plane, man. Come on.
So the only way that your analogy would map on to what Cooley and I are arguing is if you and I also agree that God existed, and since it doesn't, you just wasted your time with all of that. So in your mind, what do you ground your sense of reality in your worldview? Because Cooley and I grounded in something outside of our worldview, which is God and Christian ethics. What do you ground it in outside of your mind?
I think that really at the end of the day, we're all agnostic and we all ground our reality in
your thoughts and what you think that I ground my ethics in doesn't matter. I'm asking
He's asking you how do you ground yours?
It in? Yes. What do you ground it in? Don't tell me what I ground it in. What do you ground it in?
We all ground it in our own.
We don't. You can't prescribe what I ground it in, brother. I'm asking you what P. Dusty.
Well, I think he's saying that even if you don't believe that you're grounding it in I think he's suggesting that you're.
That's not answering a question, though. Radical Coder, Radical Coder. You just came in. Just let him answer the question.
My bad.
I ground reality.
And you up next. You up next, Radical Coder. I got you, man. Don't worry.
Exists, then
I ground reality in a combination.
Okay, I can't hear you, P. Dusty.
Let's get some decorum real quick. Go ahead, Smoke Pole. Powder.
I ground my reality in a combination, primarily in my experiences, but also in logic. Those are the 2 things that God, if you believe in God, gave us to use, the 2 tools we have to understand reality. And those are the 2 I use. I hope those are the 2 you use as well.
Which 2? Tell me again so I can make sure I know what you're saying.
Experience and logic.
Experience and logic. What about data, empirical data?
I mean, I think that I would consider that an experience. You have to experience the data in order to absorb it. The interpretation of data, then that would be the logic component, right? We have to experience something, and then we have to process and understand it.
So when you process it, how do you know that the conclusions that you reach within P. Dusty's mind are accurate? Let me give you an example. My mother was ill for like 7 years, right? She was in and out of ICU and that sort of stuff. And there's a condition, good God, man, a normal cigarette lighter will be fine, man. You ain't got to compensate for a small penis with that blowtorch you pulled up, but okay.
Oh, there.
Anyway, so she would be in ICU, and she would. There's a condition called ICU psychosis where they'll start to hallucinate. Now, in her mind, she believed the things she hallucinated were 100% real, but they weren't. How does P. Dusty know that the conclusions he reaches based on his logic and data are correct, and they're not just Pete Dusty's hallucinations, or that his conclusions based on and steered by his own biases and wants, needs, and desires?
There's no way for any of us to know that we're not insane. It's possible that we're all.
I didn't ask you about being insane. I'm asking you, how do you know?
Well, your example,
what you arrive at, what the conclusions you arrive at are true, and that they are truly good, and they're not just what you believe to be good based on your own wants, needs, and desires. How do you know that?
Are you asking me if it's possible for me to be mistaken?
No, man. I'm speaking English, man. What kind of language do you speak? How does P. Dusty know that the conclusions he reaches are true, and not just something that he arrived at based on his own wants, needs, and desires?
Yeah. So basically, yes, you're asking, how do I know I'm not mistaken? And the answer to that is, I don't, but none of us do.
Of course we do.
How do you know?
Well, because Cooley and I ascribe to the Christian ethical standard that says basically, in a nutshell, if we boil it down, that it doesn't matter what he and I think or feel, what our wants and needs and desires are, that the ultimate standard is God, so then we strive to reach that standard. And if that pisses us off, hurts our feelings, make people mad, that doesn't matter. That what is good is what is God, so we move towards that.
Right, but isn't it possible? It is possible that you're insane, or that you've got delusions, just like your mom did, or that
it's beyond possible. It's beyond possible. Yeah,
right. That's what I'm saying. It's that possibility exists for all of us.
Well, and actually that makes the point. This is why we don't appeal to the self. We appeal to the entity that's outside of self, because we're all flawed individuals. So like the thing is, you said that you ground morality in logic and experience. But there's many situations where you can utilize people's logic is flawed, right? It can listen. Actually, if you can use logic to come to a logical conclusion that it's better to have people starve so I can have all the food. That would make a lot of sense. Like let's just starve people and keep people in poverty so I can have all the money, all the material goods, and that's a good logical conclusion.
People's logic is flawed. I agree. We've all seen somebody with bad logic.
So then you have to use a standard for morality. You would have to use a standard that's it would always be good or would always be bad. You get what I'm saying? For it to be objective.
That desire to set a standard is based on your logic, which could be flawed from the get-go, and also it exports. That doesn't make it so that the logical decision is not subject to people's failings. It just removes it so that it's on someone else's. The people who are giving you the Christian moral system were humans subject to flaws, just like we are.
Logic does not equate to morality.
Correct.
P. Dusty.
So how can you use real quick? So you just said correct. So then how you said that it doesn't equate to morality. So then how can you use that standard to justify where do you ground your objective morality? You just defeated your entire argument.
Well, we're using logic to discuss morality.
By what do you mean? You literally we asked you, where do you ground it in? I grounded in I grounded in logic. You ground your morality in logic, and you ground it in experience.
Correct.
We just demonstrated how you can use logic, right? But logic, you just answered the question. Logic does not map on to what's good and what's bad. It does not. Good and bad does not derive from logic.
So where does it derive from? And let me rephrase it. How do you know what is good and bad, or how are you determining this?
That's the question we're asking you. Okay. Where do you ground it in?
Then I'll tell you. I think morality has a purpose, and it's the purpose of morality is to facilitate a unified functional group, right? We're social animals. We maximize our chances of survival by working together instead of against each other. And moral behavior is the thing that allows people who are in the in-group, however you define that, to work cooperatively instead of combatively.
Let me test that for you if I can there, P. Dusty.
Oh, and right before you test that, Dane, remember that. Don't lose your train of thought, because I got some questions for him too. And a radical coder, you will engage right after Dane answers that. But let me get to some of the super chats. I got to just do some housekeeping real quick. Everybody that's tuning in, don't be a ninja watcher. Get the likes up for me now. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you already aren't. Click that bell icon. All right, just to get to some of these super chats real quick. And also, if anyone that wants to donate to the channel, please donate to the channel by sending in a super chat, asking any questions that you want to ask. We got JB. Oh, JB is backstage. Okay, JB, I see you back here. You a member. Actually, let me bring you on up. JB, you a member, right?
Yes, sir.
Is JB the king?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I got you up here. I seen you. You just sent the message to me. You said, love everyone. This is the best panel. Appreciate you, man. We got Dane. Okay, let's see. Okay, we got past that. Rhythm City said, my guy, Dane cooking. This was earlier, though. I think that's when you were cooking sage. We got Rhythm City again, season 5. That's Cooley. Do you do panels similar to Anton Daniels, Lapeef, where you bring up more than 4 people? Yeah, man, we're doing this now. So Rhythm and City, if you want to come on up, click the link in the YouTube description or the link that's pinned in the comment, and I'll bring you on up. Okay, cool. So let's get ready to rumble, man. Let's get ready to rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right. So, Dane, you wanted to reply to Powder Dusty's statement, and then a radical coder, you're right up next. Go ahead.
Let me get P. Dusty there to repeat what he said, so I'll make sure I understand exactly what he's saying.
Which part? Oh, about the objective of morality?
Yeah.
Okay. We're all social animals. Humans are social animals, and our chances of survival work better if we work together instead of against each other. Now, moral behavior is that which allows the in-group, however you define it, to work harmoniously towards an objective in the external world. Immoral behavior is that which would harm that to where we have to look at in-group fighting instead of addressing external expansion for the group, right? So it's basically what's good for the group, what's bad for the group.
I'm with you. So if I'm understanding you correctly, if I can still man your position, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds to me like what you're saying is that the group itself decides what is moral and good, based on the benefit to the group itself.
Sort of. That's close enough. Yeah, that's close enough that I won't adjust anything.
Okay. What I was going to test you with here is that, like, prior to the 13th Amendment, the culture, the civilization, the society agreed that chattel slavery was a good and moral thing because it benefited the society. However, I'm assuming I'm extending a lot of benevolence, a lot of grace to you that you would not agree with that. But in that situation, when chattel slavery was legal, it was accepted. Even slaves that escaped slave states and fled to non-slave states, society had laws in place that those slaves had to be returned to slavery. Now, if it's true what you say, that morality, ethics is derived just from our subjective minds of what's right and wrong, or the subjective mind of the collective, which is a logical fallacy because it's an appeal to the consensus, then I need you to explain to me why chattel slavery was immoral or unethical.
So to me, I believe that it's immoral or unethical because I consider, say, black people to be part of my in-group. I don't consider them outside of the in-group.
Hold up. Now, you said I consider, but a moment ago you said that morality and ethics was based on the consensus of the group.
Considering.
The we said, now I would have been amongst what you say that I consider, so I would have been on the Underground Railroad myself. And if I knew you better, I could give you stories from my life to support that. But you said that the consensus of the people, all reasonable men agree, which is a fallacy also, agrees to what's moral and ethical because it's all in your mind. And then you resort to the I think.
Okay, then if that isn't real quick, if that isn't true, Powder Dusty, then please demonstrate how, if we're straw manning the argument. If he's straw manning, demonstrate it.
So what? First of all, you asked me about why I would say that's immoral, and I told you why I would say that's immoral. So I was responding to the question that you gave me. But second of all, regarding the consensus, I didn't say consensus. What I mean is that I don't think everybody in the in-group has to even be conscious of their acknowledgement of that position. What I'm saying, though, is that the reason that slavery broke down is because people didn't feel like it was moral anymore. It actually started dividing the in-group. That's why you had abolitionists and people who were pro-slavery, right? That broke down the social structure. The existence of slavery did.
Yeah, that's not answering the question, though.
What is a consensus? Because a consensus is not everyone agrees. What's a consensus?
Okay. So I'm not talking about consensus. I didn't say consensus. I'm saying what is a behavior that allows an in-group to operate cooperatively towards the external world versus competitively internally. Slavery is a bad example because that forced internal conflict, right? So here's what you're saying. The collective, as long as it doesn't cause internal conflict, then it is a moral good. If the action taken... Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so amongst the group of people, if the action taken does not cause conflict, then it is a moral good. And conflict would mean that based off the action taken, we agree to it. It would only cause conflict if we don't all agree to it. You got that, right?
No, you don't have to agree. So there's lots of things.
Do we have to agree to it or do we not have to agree to it?
Look, if I go start my car right now, that is not immoral action. It's not immoral either, right? It doesn't involve you. Not every action needs agreement. Not every action.
We know that. Destiny. I said Destiny. Powder Dusty. You sounded like Destiny right now. We know that. But what I'm saying, based off of what you're saying that, well, if humans...
Morality has a reason.
Okay, for morality to be objective, here's your standard of proving it. I'm just going to still man the argument. It has to be wait, what? I'm sorry?
I don't think morality is objective.
I'm sorry. Once again, you think that morality is subjective. That's what you're proving. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Sure.
This is how you're proving that morality is subjective. It depends on the mind. Got it. So since it depends on, since it's subjective, it depends on the mind. Since it depends on all of these minds, collectively, based off of the collective group, if we all agree on something and it doesn't cause any internal conflict, then whatever the action that is taken that we agree on is morally good. Do I have your argument? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Now, here's my question.
Okay.
What if we all collectively come together, we all agree on the action, it does not cause any internal conflict, but it causes negative and bad outcomes. Not for the internal people, but for other people. It would cause bad outcomes.
Right.
Bad outcomes maybe for the environment, bad outcomes, maybe for the economy, things like that.
Sure. So if the outcome is unintended, then I would not say that it's immoral. But if the outcome, let's use an example. Let's say the 5 of us agree that we're going to dump all of our pollution in the water, right? Instead of disposing of it properly. I think that would be immoral because all of us recognize, even if we deny it, right? We can deny what's right and wrong and choose to do the bad thing either way. That would still be immoral because we know that we're choosing to do something that causes harm, not just to our in group, but also at large. We know that it's wrong to do.
Okay. So it only causes harm then based off the collective where it's no internal conflict. The only way that it will be morally wrong if we know that it causes harm. But if we don't know that it doesn't cause any harm, then it's still morally good.
Yeah, I mean it's not morally bad, I would say.
Then it's not morally bad. Okay,
right.
Well, let me just make this hypothetical. Hypothetically speaking, we think that it's better to put women in breeding camps because we need to increase the population. We are below replacement level. So it's better to put them in breeding camps and basically use women as sex slaves because it would produce better outcomes. It won't be any negative outcomes. It would be better outcomes because it would help out with the population. There's no internal conflict. Everyone agrees on that. Is that morally good to put women in sex camps?
No, because women are part of the in-group.
You are contradicting your entire argument. You just you're not logically consistent.
If I could weigh in here with some real life things.
Hold on, Santa. You're asking me a question.
Your damn mama.
That was kind of funny.
You're asking me a question about harming somebody that I believe is part of my in-group. Women are part of my in-group, right? So, by my
no. Listen. These women is in another country. They're not part of this nation. They're not part of your nation. They're not part of your in-group.
All women are part of his in-group because he's a woman.
So when Powder Dusty, when you speak about in-group, are you speaking about all humans?
And well, maybe, but not necessarily, right? So that's where morality gets subjective and tricky because sometimes, you're in group. Let me rephrase this. The amount of in-group loyalty that you have to a person depends on a lot of things, right? I owe my daughter a lot more support and love than I owe any of you fucks, for instance. So that's the situation.
Okay, so then the in-group would be the nation.
Depends on the scenario. This is the subjective part. When and what are we talking about?
We're speaking about real quick. Let me just finish this part, and then Powder Dusty. Radical Coder. We want to get him in, and then Dane, you go after. JB is after him. So real quick, I just made a clear scenario based off of your standard of a subjective morality, using your argument against you. I literally added everything you said in. It didn't produce any negative outcomes for the in group. It produced positive outcomes for the in group because it would increase your population. So under your worldview, if you're staying logically consistent, you would have to say that putting women from other nations, getting women from other nations and putting them in sex camps, birth camps, is a morally good thing. This is why your worldview is evil.
That's a mischaracterization.
That is false. That is right.
No, under my worldview, that would be wrong behavior because any society.
You all agree to it.
I'm not done yet. Any society that will just completely dismiss people's autonomy and rights and turn them into sex slaves is not one where we can internally trust each other. It's one where we constantly are looking over each other's back internally to make sure that we're not the next ones in the cages getting butt fucked. I guess it would be vagina.
Hey, coach, he's moving the goalpost. I can't score. I'm trying to get a bucket, coach, but he keeps moving a goalpost. Where did I
move it to? Here's
coach,
the goalpost.
He's moving a goalpost. He's adding in extra stuff, coach. What's going on?
That's what you were doing when you started being like they're from another country and stuff.
Holding women in cages to be sex slaves does not create more trust between people, does it?
Okay, real quick. Once again, by using your logic, you just said that if it doesn't cause any internal conflict in the in group. I asked you, is the in group all of? Listen, no, you're just saying that it will cause internal conflict, but if it is not of your nation, that's what I said. What do you consider the in group? Is it all humanity, all the humans on the planet, or is it? You explain it. Well, I would treat my daughter much differently than I treat you dorks on the stream. Okay, I agree. I got daughters too. I would definitely treat my daughter and my family much differently than I treat y'all. So when you're speaking about this in group, you're speaking about some social cohesion, right? Some unity, like a nation. So if it doesn't cause any conflict within this nation, you're not harming anyone within this nation, right? You're not harming anyone. It doesn't cause any conflict. And everyone agrees on this, and it produces better outcome. It doesn't produce negative outcome. It actually produces better outcome by increasing the population level. Now you're shaking your head, bro, because under your standard, everything that you said, I used it against you, and it mapped on that you would have to justify. I'm telling you, okay. You basically justify locking women in sex camps, bro.
So hold
under
on.
your logic,
you're saying that that in your world, if we kidnap, say, all the women in Asia and put them in made them sex slaves, you think that would be better off for you?
No, that's what you believe.
No. I think that would be worse off for us, because I think that if we have systematic abuse of human rights, as we understand them, as I understand them, that will cause a whole lot more issues internally in America.
Okay,
even
got
if
it.
it's other countries' women.
Now what you're doing is,
let me finish. Even if it's other countries' women, it will be harmful internally to us, the ones doing the thing. Do you deny that? The ones,
okay, got it. So therefore, now you're adding in this. Listen, under your world. So listen, I'm going to make another hypothetical. We're going to add this in. Look, we got three things. Now you just added in the fourth thing. This question is, I don't believe in subjective morality, bro. I believe in objective morality. I don't appeal to the things that's in my mind to determine what is the good and the bad. I appeal to God, divine command, the thing that's outside of my mind. So you can't ask me a question that I'm asking you to do an internal critique, Powder Dusty.
Well, you did the math wrong. You did
no
the
one
math
did the math wrong, Powder Dusty.
That would be good for
You're
society.
moving things in now. So now we're going to add it together. And then Radical Coder, you're up next. Let's add it all in. And please, Powder Dusty, correct me when I'm wrong. Because we spoke about a lot. Well, I'm going to reiterate your standard for subjective morality and how you determine what's morally good and what's morally bad. And correct me, because I want to make sure everything is in there. So, okay. Sure. So one of the ways how you determine what's good and what's bad under your standard of subjective morality, collectively, people in the in group has to come together, and this would be people under your nation, right? Things that you have commonalities with, and there's some social cohesion there. If there's no internal conflict, so that's one thing, the group collectively. Two, there's no internal conflict. Three, it doesn't produce negative outcomes. It produces positive outcomes. And fourth, the last one you added, can you repeat that?
I didn't add a fourth one.
You just added the fourth one so I couldn't make my shot.
Not.
You
what
did.
I'm saying is
repeat the fourth one.
I had a clear-cut standard. I had a clear-cut objective moral behavior.
You just said that. Listen, I'll repeat it.
You're going to repeat my moral
position. The fourth thing you said was how you moved the goalpost. You said, well, then this would cause harm. Harm was the fourth thing. You said it would cause harm to the people in the in group because it's not good for to do that to women. That's basically what you said.
Let me explain this to you.
Okay, repeat the fourth one again.
I'm gonna go back to the very beginning.
No. Repeat the fourth. Powder Dusty, we ain't got that much time. I want to hear Radical Coder. Repeat the fourth one.
I'm dying to hear Radical Coder. You know, he's a young guy. He doesn't look completely stupid.
And then JB up next, right after Radical Coder. Repeat the fourth one again so I can insert it.
I can't repeat it.
Oh, man. Yo, chat, this guy's being disingenuous. Okay.
Do you want to hear the only standard that I ever had again?
You being real Fugazi right now, man.
This ain't even argumentative. This ain't even argumentative.
Let me explain it. Here, let me
Hold on,
This ain't even argumentative. Give me a minute.
I had him in a triple threat.
I ain't trying to argue. I ain't trying to argue. Listen to me a minute. Listen to me a minute.
There's one standard.
Shut up a minute, Pete.
Allow.
Hold up. Yo,
let me say something.
fellas. Dane, real quick. Dane.
This is one of the funnest debate panels I've been on in a long time. I don't care that P. Dusty's stupid. I'm having fun. I think this is great. We need to keep it rolling.
Yeah, we gonna keep it rolling. Okay, Radical Coder, go ahead.
Sure. Damn, where do I even begin?
Good luck.
Ask me the ball back.
Begin with the fourth one.
Here you go, man. You got the rock. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'll build a little bit off of I think I mostly agree with what he was putting forward. I don't know. Maybe you guys can poke at this, but like I think morality is like an ongoing project, right? Like Dusty said that it comes from a combination of logic and experience, and like for example, like with the putting people in cages or slavery or any of these examples, like we can use our experience and logic to intuit that it would be from the perspective of the enslaved people or the encaged people that would be bad for them, because we know we don't want to be in cages, and we can imagine being in a cage and we'd be like, oh fuck this, let me out. And so we can
okay,
by that shared experience.
Well, let's just use that. What about abortions? Yeah. You wouldn't want to be aborted. Would you have wanted to be aborted?
Probably not, but also...
Okay, no, stop it right there. Don't stop it. Don't move the goalpost.
Okay.
Don't move the goalpost. You're going to use your argument, and I'm going to cook you.
Agree.
This is the cook session. Answer that. Would you want to be aborted? Would you want to be aborted? Yes or no?
Screaming. I said no, rather.
So do you believe that women should have the right to abort their children?
Yes, I'll tell you why after
you are a contradiction, you dork. Under your own worldview, you just contradicted yourself.
By that logic,
Radical Coder, you are an idiot. I thought you were smarter.
Cooley wants to be a mom under that logic.
So what I care more about than whether or not I would want to be aborted, right? As I'm developing a moral system for how other people should be treated, I think it would be worse. I would also not want to be a woman, rather, who would be forced to carry a pregnancy to term against her will. I think that would also be bad. So I have to make a decision between each of these bad things, right?
Who would want to be a woman at all?
The aborted baby or the woman being forced to carry that pregnancy to term? I can't even imagine what it would be like to be that aborted baby, but it's very easy for me to imagine what it would be like to be that woman being forced to carry to term, because that's happening in real time right now in like Texas and several other states. So,
yeah, you said a bunch of words. But it did not negate. Listen, no, you said words, but it did not negate the fact that you contradicted yourself. And guess what? I will repeat it. I will repeat it and prove to you how you contradicted your entire worldview. You came up here. You came up here and you said that, the reason why, because you're trying to prove Powder Dusty's argument. Well, the reason why, we wouldn't enslave these women is because we wouldn't want to, if we would know if we were in their position, we wouldn't want to experience that. We wouldn't want to experience that if we was in their position. This is you. Let's stop it. This is you trying to justify Powder Dusty's argument for subjective morality and how you determine what's good and what's bad. That's the argument that you're making right now, and this is what you said. I just used your argument against you, and I said that. Listen, stop. It's talking. I said that. Okay, if that's the case, if you're saying that, well, yeah, one of the reasons why Powder Dusty argument is right, because we actually, this collective group, we actually wouldn't do that, and we would know that that's wrong, because if we were in their shoes, we wouldn't want to experience that. So we know that it's wrong if we were in their shoes. Ask your question: is abortion? Would you have want to be aborted? You said that no, I wouldn't want to be aborted. Okay, so but then you are still for women having the choice to abort their children. What if you were in that person's shoes, that baby's shoes? It's a contradiction. If you were in that child's shoes that woman is about to abort, you said that would be a bad thing because if you're in their shoes. But now all of a sudden, I'm repeating it because you're trying to move it 5 times. We all understand. You just let me explain. You're trying to move the goalpost, but I'm scoring out here.
Shit, you're just not listening.
You're just dancing in the end zone.
I'm listening.
Okay, you haven't been, right?
I have.
So I never actually added the part where I was like, so therefore it's wrong, right? All I talked about was that we can't imagine that we wouldn't want to be in those shoes, right? That's all I said, right?
But once again, this is how you justify why women in sex camps to increase the population would be morally bad.
All I said that, like, what we can do, I just described a thing that's true, which is that we can imagine what it would be like to be in the situation, and we think it would be bad. I think we all agree with that. And I also agree that it would be bad to be aborted, right? So those are just
okay. So even by saying
you
that,
acknowledge,
so look,
Julie, hang on. Do you acknowledge that sometimes two things that are both bad have to have conflict with each other, and we have to decide between one of two bad things?
Give me an example.
Like
abortion,
being like whether or not somebody's aborted, right? The value.
No,
the value
for
of the child.
No, because for me it's all the same. Like, so I'll give you an example, right?
Okay,
so
do you acknowledge that like not everyone agrees with you on that?
Oh yeah, people don't agree with me, but under your logic, how you just explained, you actually agree with me. So listen,
under guns and the right to not get shot.
Radical Coder, under your logic, you would actually agree with me. Unmute yourself. I think you're muting yourself right now. You did it. I seen it came up, but you're unmuted. You're good now. Under your logic, you would actually agree with me that abortion is bad, but then you change your morality based off of based off how you feel, right? So you wouldn't want to be in the position of being aborted. This is why when I asked you, I said, well, would you like it if your mother aborted you? No. Okay. So why would you like it if another mother aborted someone else? So under my morality and Christian ethics, it's always wrong. Aborting children is wrong.
You're choosing not to understand the situation he's explaining.
No, I'm not choosing not to understand it. He's just not explaining it good enough, or I think he's trying to move the goalposts.
Very much, right?
Go ahead.
You're going up
Talk.
For 5 minutes after every time I say a sentence, right? So I'm saying that yes, I would not want to be a baby growing inside someone's tummy who then is aborted. I wouldn't want to be that. I also wouldn't want to be a woman who is forced by the state to stay pregnant for 9 months against her will. So these are two things that are in conflict with each other. So I have to imagine, okay, which one do I think is a worse thing overall? So I'm not saying that just empathy is the end all be all of morality. I never said that, right? It's not the only thing, right? But I did mention that part of determining this stuff is imagining those experiences. And both.
What do you think, Dane, as somebody who survived abortion?
Oh, so I'm just saying.
Let me answer this
question. There's a moral
question.
conundrum here that we have to engage with, and you're not. You're just saying no, it's always wrong.
No. Actually, now you've added. Listen, he just said this at the end, so guess what? I'm about to dunk on him. We're gonna go ahead and put this up in there. Okay, so now your claim is this, right? So, well, you're really not making a full argument. That was kind of like a statement, and your statement is saying, "Dang, man, he don't want the cook session."
I don't know. Maybe he had to pee like I did a minute ago when I turned my camera off.
Dang, he ain't want
the out of my head.
I'm right. I was listening. I literally pointed my ears. I said I was listening. I was just letting.
You just had to do a line off the desk.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. So, all right. So basically, you're saying that. So you believe that abortion, women should have rights to abort their children, and you believe that that's a good thing. Basically, abortion is morally good.
I think the right to. I think it's good for it to be legal. I don't know.
Okay, so it's good for women to have that choice.
No, I mean, can I please?
Okay, go ahead.
Like, we answer the question, right? I don't think it's good that people are in a situation, right, where they have to decide whether to get an abortion or not. I think it's a tragic thing that people have to make that decision. However, I think it is a worse world for the state to prevent people from accessing abortion than it is for the state to allow people to have an abortion.
Okay, when it comes to abortion, I only have one, measurement that I would add in there, that I would say that I think that women should have that choice. So if it's the case where, because you added in one factor of the child, and then you added in another factor of, well, the mother, like, the state shouldn't force the mother. You missed a factor because you are a feminine male. It takes two to have a baby. You left out the father. You left out the father. No, stop. No, don't try to add it in there now. Stop it and let me cook.
I'm not trying to add it.
Stop it and let me dunk.
Stop
moving the goalposts. Let me dunk. Stop moving the goalposts. Stop moving the goalposts. Listen, I've been streaming for 3 hours. Y'all better stop moving this goalpost and let me dunk. Let me cook right now. I'll let you speak after.
Bring it down the middle, Cooley. I'm waiting on you.
I'll let you speak after. The thing is, right? you're using these, standards to measure what's good and what's bad. You leave out the father. It's very ironic that you leave out the father. The father doesn't have the say. How does the father feel? It takes two to make a baby. Now, what I was saying, if it's the case that the mother's life is in jeopardy, well, then I would say that, that's one there where I would give the choice to the woman because her life is in jeopardy. Right. I would allow the woman to have that choice. But if there's any, if there's, no, not at all, because it's the woman's, I think that women have, you know what? The difference between me and you is because I believe in Christian ethics. I believe that men and women both have equal agency. Right. But from what you just said, you don't believe that. Right. So here's what I'm saying.
Men don't have wombs.
So listen,
Holy,
stop it.
Wait,
here's what I'm saying. Now you're just still speaking.
Wombs?
Okay.
I want you to
Radical Coder, go ahead and Radical Coder, let me go ahead and answer the question, and then you can ask some weird question that you were just asking to move the goalpost again. Stop it there. So once again, you forgot about the father and this entire. I'll go ahead and answer it after I finish my statement. But you can't ask a question while I'm trying to answer the first one. It's like, okay, I'm answering this question, but throw in 50 other questions there. This guy is retarded. Calm down, man.
To me, so I don't know.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Let me land my
answer, and you're like, no, I'm not done. Like,
all right, cool. Let me go ahead and land my play, man. So, the factor that you missed in there, I would say that if it's the case for abortion, you believe that it's morally right for women to have abortions. You would think that it's good because it gives them choice. If you take away the choice of the woman, then, therefore women would be oppressed. But you're also saying, I wouldn't want to be in the same shoes as the baby. So therefore, it's like, the baby is looking at the value of life. The value of life versus the baby versus the mother. Well, I think that, the mother should make that determination. So therefore, if she's in a situation to have an abortion and she wants to have an abortion, she should have the ability to choose it. And that is good. That's your standard. You left out the father. The reason why that's nonsensical is because it takes two to make a baby. So are you telling me that woman, right? That woman has more authority over that father's child? That's what you're telling me?
When it's growing in her womb, yes. Like, do you think men have wombs?
So once again, are you telling me men don't have men do not have wombs? No, listen.
Oh,
men
finally,
do not
finally.
have. Stop it.
Oh, thank God.
Okay.
So they can't grow babies.
Do I
inside
believe
them.
that?
Oh, so we don't have,
that's a
so
stupid question. Okay, so get to the point then. Get to the point.
Yeah. So
okay, are you saying that the father? It takes two. Does it take two to make a baby? No, stop it. Does it take two to make a baby? Yes or no?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so therefore, the woman wouldn't have a baby in her stomach if it wasn't for the man. Is that true?
Yes, relevance.
Okay, got it. So therefore, you're leaving out the father in the entire scenario when it comes to who should have authority over who is born in America.
No.
So listen, under your logic, you fully left the father out, and the reason why you said that abortion is good. Listen. Under your worldview, you left the father.
By the way.
Stop it.
You made that up.
You said that abortion. You said that is good because women have the choice. Just the fact that they have the choice. Just the fact that they have the choice to an abortion is good because with removing that choice, it will basically be oppressive to the woman. Is that true or not true?
Yes, that is true.
Okay, you left out the father. Is it not oppressive to the man with leaving him out? He shouldn't have any say or any authority.
I mean, the father has once the kid's born outside.
What's the kid?
Why are you doing that?
It takes two to make a baby.
Okay, so why do you ask me a question and then I start to answer it? Like,
because you couldn't answer it, you started stuttering. Go ahead. You don't think that the father has any? If it takes two to make a baby, the father has no authority or any decision making, and if that baby is born.
Engaging what I'm saying.
No, I am engaging in what you're saying. Real quick, my question is very simple. My question is very simple. Should the father have any authority? Since it takes two, we're starting with the cause of something. It takes two to have the baby in the womb. You left out the father. Now my question is, should the father have any say so? And if children are born?
Not legally, no.
Yeah, you're a beta. So that's all we was going with there, and therefore
I don't care if you think I'm a
women,
beta, like, that's meaningless to me.
listen,
That's not an argument, right?
therefore women gets to determine who is born in
grows in her
America
womb.
based.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
thank you. Finally got over the
you
stretch.
think
Wow.
that. Listen, you think that when women have choice is good, void of a man. You think that when women have choice, void of the man, when it takes two to have a baby and it's another a seed involved, well, that's good. That's good. How
So
is
what
that good, bro?
What I'm
How is that
well,
good?
are you going to let me answer? Okay.
Yeah, you
What-
can
what
answer
is
it. Go
good-
ahead.
What is good, right, is it is better for women to have the choice to not carry someone in their womb than be forced to carry that thing in their womb,
Okay,
that person
got
in
you.
their womb. I don't
Okay.
care. I'll call it a baby. I don't care.
Okay, got it. I'll answer your question. So I'm just doing an internal critique. I don't think you're
didn't just
understanding,
ask
but I'm
you- I
going to
didn't-
explain.
how are
I
you
got stop.
answering
Stop.
my- I didn't just ask
I'm
the
go-
question. What question?
Okay. Yeah. Listen, I was doing an internal critique the entire time by using your logic for you to determine that
weren't,
it is
though.
morally good for women to have abortions. You said, well, you know, I wouldn't want to be aborted. So, you know, that is, it makes it a hard moral decision. But I do think that women, if they don't have the choice to abort their children, then that will be oppressive. So you're giving more value to the woman than to the baby. Is that true? Women are more valuable to the baby that they're having. That's the logical entailment to your argument. Okay, got it.
Turn your
That's
mic
what
up,
you're
Ryan.
saying. So therefore, I'm just asking you another question since you left out the father, right? It takes two to make a baby, but you totally left out the father. You said that he should have no. So listen, it's morally good for women to have babies void of a man, void of men having no authority. That's the logical entailment to your argument.
Well, what I'm saying is whether or not the woman continues to grow that baby in her womb, I don't think the man should have a legal say in whether or not they decided to make that choice. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but once again, this had all the value goes to the woman. The baby has no value. The father has no value within making this moral
I
decision.
never said that. Those are your intuitions.
No. It's
I-
not that. That's what
I
you said
to be clear,
without
no, I
saying
said
it
the
because
opposite,
you
actually.
totally left out
No,
the
I
man.
literally said the
But
opposite,
JB,
actually.
you wanted to ask a question on this, right?
Well,
I seen
before
your
you do
hand,
this, can I
hand up
clarify?
many
Because
times.
You're straw manning me, right?
Yes,
what
no,
I
hold
said,
on.
I wasn't
they both have value.
straw manning you. That's exactly what you
why
said.
don't you let me say my case then? If you think that if you're not
Okay,
straw
then
manning me,
continue to say your
fine for me
case.
to
Go
say
ahead.
it again, right? So what I actually said, literally like 5 times actually,
Sure,
is that
go
the
ahead.
baby does have value. And I said I wouldn't want to be that baby that's aborted. However, I also wouldn't want to be a woman who's forced to carry to term against
But what
her will.
about you?
We
Never
have to
said
make
that you wouldn't
decisions.
want to be a man that a woman aborted his child. You just fully left out the man.
I mean, yeah, sure. I also probably wouldn't want to be
Yeah,
that.
sure.
guy.
So basically, under your worldview, women have more value than men and more authority under
Wait,
your
more value
worldview.
in
You
one
have
context.
to concede to that. That's what your logic
no, I don't,
entails.
because you're saying because what you're
Okay.
doing is a universal claim now. You're saying women have more value than men, and necessarily by what I'm saying. That's not
Under
true.
your logic, it does.
Stop. No, it doesn't. No, it actually
Yes,
absolutely
under
doesn't.
your logic in this
In the
situation,
specific-
it
In the
does.
specific context of whether or not she should have the authority to decide who grows in her womb, she does have more value in that
Listen.
specific moral
Okay,
question.
got it.
That doesn't
Okay,
mean that
all right.
that doesn't mean that applies to all moral questions. You understand
Okay,
that,
watch.
right?
Okay, listen to this. Only women can bring the baby to term.
No shit.
So if women have all the value to bringing babies to term, then that means that women for the entire population has more value. They're more valuable than men. This is what you are saying. That's the logical entailment to your argument because only women can have babies. You did not include the man at all within you making this moral argument, which means that once again, women, you think that women are the most valuable. Women are more valuable than men, and they're more valuable than babies. Basically, you probably believe that women is God. I wouldn't be surprised. But anyways,
I don't even know what that shit
JB,
means.
JB,
Okay,
go
so
ahead
you
and
just
get
comment
to
me and then
your.
move on. Okay, cool.
So my question.
I mean,
my
that was
question is for you.
it was that part was
It was
obviously a
definitely not
joke.
joking,
It was a statement, a joke.
JB,
Don't get your
my
panties
question
in a
is-
bunch.
Yeah.
JB, go ahead.
JB been waiting for hours, man. But JB
JB
over here,
was-
that dude's got the patience of Job. JB does. He done hung in here. He ain't give no bad facial expressions. He ain't flipped no middle fingers in the camera. That dude's got the patience of Job. Roll with it, JB.
And when you grow up with younger siblings, they teach you to have patience. But my question is for you, Radical. You said that the man should not have a right in the abortions, but what if he wanted the baby? How does he not have a right if he wants to take care of that baby and wants to raise the baby? If the mother doesn't want anything to do with the baby, the father should be able to take the baby, correct?
If she decides to carry it to term and then doesn't want to take care of it, yeah, he has some parental authority there, of course.
But I'm speaking of prior to the baby being born. If she doesn't want to carry the term, and the father is saying, "I want to take care of the baby. Don't abort my son or daughter because I want the kid. You don't have to be the mother, but I want my kid." So he should not have a legal right in that at all.
Correct. Yes, he should not be able to use the state to force her to stay pregnant against her will. Yes, 100%.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. But
What doesn't make sense about it?
because if he wants the child, he's willing to take care of the child. He's willing to raise the child to be the best they can be. He's willing to be for the child, willing to have the child be a pillar of the community, and he give that child life. Let that child live. Why is it just okay for the mom to be like, no, I'm killing the baby?
So for him to make that decision, what it would require is for him to use her body against her will to carry that child to term. You agree with that, right?
But I don't, because they both agreed to lay in bed and create this baby.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But also, I don't view consent to sex as consent to carry a pregnancy for 9 months. So,
and this is where we disagree. Christians don't get all the glory for being against abortion. By the way, that's something that's external of Christianity.
Thank
you. But
regardless,
like JB,
I know there's some of you hellbound sinners. I mean, a broken clock's right twice a day, so I appreciate that. I mean,
and congratulations on surviving your abortion, Dane.
Shut the hell up. So
we're all proud of you.
That woman, I don't know who we are, but I'm glad that you are proud of me. At least somebody besides my wife is. So when that woman lays down, she knows what biology is and how it works. She lays down, she knows the consequences. So I do appreciate that, even though Radical Coder over here seems to be pretty stupid. Go ahead, Radical Coder.
Okay, real quick, we got DMV sends in a $5 super chat, says, "Why didn't you tell us Fresh and Fit was on the show at the bottom right box?"
Oh, you're funny.
They talking about JB. They talk about you, yeah. JB. Said you look like Fresh.
I look 20 times. I look 20 times better than Fresh, but thank you.
All right. So who had? I think it's JB. You had a question or something?
Yeah. No. Dan was going.
Well, I think Dan was right. So what I was going to ask JB was specifically, you acknowledge that like to grant like what you're suggesting should be the case, like the man would have to have the authority to force that woman to carry that pregnancy against her will, right? Even if she decides, like, I don't want to have this I don't want to carry this pregnancy, say like 3 months in, and she's like, I don't want to be pregnant for the next 6 months. Like, he has to be able to force her to stay pregnant for the next 6 months against her will for to enact your worldview, right?
I wouldn't say force, but at least like have a conversation and convince her to, hey, don't kill my son, don't kill my daughter. I'll take care of them. You don't have to.
So when you use the word convince
some
there,
people back here.
You're implying that she has she has the choice at the end of the day still. But you're saying that if legally he has a say in this, if he gets to decide, then he has to be able to assert some authority there. He has to be able to assert that she has to carry that baby to term, right? It's not about convincing. If there's legal authority here for him, he has to be able to use the state to stop her from seeking an abortion. There's no convincing necessary, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, the same way it's enforced, meaning that like if it's enforced for people, for the woman to have the abortion, like it's legally right, that will be enforced too, because it will be physically stopping other people from stopping her from having the abortion. So it's the same type of force works both ways. In order to give rights, it takes force. In order to take rights, it takes force. So either way, so under your worldview, though, you're just, I mean, you like, all right, well, women are basically more valuable than men. They determine all of the children that's going to be born.
right?
But that's what your logic entails to, because you fully left out the father with you trying to demonstrate what's morally right and what's morally good. Well, where's the father in this picture?
Can I ask you this?
Like when I say that the woman's more valuable in this context, I'm specifically saying her autonomy and her decision is more valuable when we're making the decision about whether or not she should have access to an abortion. That's all I'm saying.
And can
why would it be more valuable to the father? Why would it be more valuable to the woman if the father is still in the picture of making that?
It's
baby?
his seed. It's his seed that makes the baby grow. It's like put it like this, Powder Dusty. It's like, okay, so I put a seed in the ground, right? And then you're like, well, that seed isn't valuable unless the plant grows. Well, the plant wouldn't grow without the dang seed. So how are you determining which is more valuable there?
I think, were you asking me or just using me as an example?
We're just using you. We're just using you, man. Like a little punk. We're using you.
But real quick, let's refresh and let's get some other people to engage. So since we're refreshing, let's go ahead and do this real quick.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, so we got Div, right?
Yep.
And then we got Modded. You want to go ahead and let's go with Div first. Go ahead and ask a question to the panel, and then Modded you right after.
I was gonna ask Radical. So the priority of the rights of the childbearing is to the woman, according to you, right? Whether she could decide to abort it, and that would be fine, right? Would that be moral to you? Okay, so
essentially, yeah, sure.
All right, so would it also be moral if the father of the child decides he doesn't want to be financially responsible for this kid and abandons the child, assuming the woman does not want to abort?
Good question.
So yeah, it is an interesting question. On just a moral level, like if we removed out, like, so what I care about is that the kid, like a child in America, like I live in America, so like I want children in America to have access to, food, shelter, school stuff, like healthcare, all this stuff, and I don't care whether it comes from the mom, dad, or the state. Like I like welfare programs and stuff.
Okay,
right?
But real quick, if you
let me finish
okay, go ahead.
quick,
I'm sorry.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that, like, as it exists right now, where we have relatively weak welfare programs and stuff, I think that I'm okay with like child support and stuff like this, which goes both ways, right? Like I think 1 in 5 child support providers is the mother, so it's pretty common both ways. But like I just care about the child getting the resources it needs. But in a world where we had a reasonable welfare state, or like some way to make sure these kids were taken care of, even if the father didn't want to be part of it, I wouldn't care if he wanted to do like this financial abortion, as a lot of people will frame it. But yeah.
Okay, so then if it's the case that you're worried about the baby's like when a baby is born, you're worried about the well-being of the baby. Why aren't you worried about the well-being of the baby in the womb?
So I am. I just what I value more than that, right? So this you're confused because you said like 5 times. You keep trying to represent me as saying as if I have no value for the child growing in the womb, but I've never said that. That's always been you strawmanning me, right?
No, I never said that you didn't have any value. I said that the woman has more value. When we walk through this, you've demonstrated that you wouldn't want to be aborted. So that means that you do know that there is some value there within the baby. But the question that I'm asking you is now, when the baby is outside the womb, you are considerate of the baby's well-being. You want the baby to be taken care of, have food and shelter and things like that. That makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense is, why don't you care about the baby in the womb?
Yeah, and I keep telling you I do care about it. but I just value it less.
As this, okay, so you value the baby in the womb less than the baby outside the womb, but it's the same.
It's not, because so the issue is that there's not as many, there's separate rights that become in conflict while it's in the womb, right? The woman's right to
what is that? What is that?
The mother is, listen, the mother is responsible.
So when the child's growing in a womb, there is a person that it's dependent on, right?
Is the when the baby is outside the womb, is the baby not dependent on the mother?
Not necessarily. She can put it up for adoption at that point.
But then
then it's still dependent.
On somebody else.
It's still dependent on someone.
Yeah, and that's why I want robust state systems to make sure we can take care of these kids.
So you want us to take care of the baby and not the mother?
Yeah, taxpayer. Sorry, buddy. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So question.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this if I can. Am I still manning your argument correctly to say as long as that baby is in the womb that the mother has complete bodily autonomy and she can pretty much do what she wants up to and including death?
I don't know if I'd say that exactly.
What would you include? I mean, you support abortion.
What I would say is that she has the right to seek out an abortion.
Okay, so including death. Including death.
What?
Including
death.
But
like the reason I push back against your framing there is because, like, I feel like you're maybe about to ask, and maybe this is what you're going towards, is that, like, oh, so you'd be okay with women, like, you know, like drinking a shit ton of alcohol or something while they're pregnant. But I think the issue is there that she intends to.
Hey, listen, man, don't try to predict the argument to move the goalposts. Answer the question.
Well, I feel like I just correctly predicted it. Like, whether or not.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. While you're trying to stack your bets here to try to defend your defenseless worldview, would you agree that death is the worst condition of a human being, that death is worse than life?
That death is worse than life? Yes, death is worse than life, I think, yeah, for most people.
Death is life. So the worst thing that a mother could do to her child is to kill it.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say that exactly. I mean, like, there's.
But you just said that death was worse than life.
Well, she could like torture it. She could probably torture it every day for like 100 years or whatever. Like, I mean,
but the child would be able to live. The child would be able to live, and maybe CPS or someone would eventually rescue the child, and the child continue to live, like Jordan Turpin and all of her siblings who were tortured and abused. Yeah, you can look her up on the internet. But life, being alive, would be better than death. Is that what you believe?
I don't know that I agree with that in all cases. No.
Wait, now you're moving back. Why not in all cases?
Living is worse than dying.
What I said was right. The death is worse than life, and then you said, okay, well, is it the worst thing? I'm like, well, no. Like, I can imagine ways of being. So I guess, like, yeah, maybe I am walking it back a little bit. I can imagine like things that are like so miserable that I would rather be dead. Yeah, absolutely.
You're walking about it back a lot, and that's called a cognitive dissonance. That's called an inconsistency in your worldview.
Can't score, coach.
What is the worst condition for a human being? Excuse me. Maybe we can talk one at a time. Can we talk one at a time? Can we talk one at a time? Okay. Okay. Is death worse than life or not?
In most cases, probably, yeah.
What cases would being dead with no hope of any improvement, when would that be worse than living?
If someone's like torturing you every day for the rest of your life, like, what's up?
Have you ever read anything historically? Have you ever read anything historically? For instance, the World War II Holocaust stories of these Jews who lived in concentration camps being horribly tormented, and then they lived and they moved on with life, and they got married and they had children, and they lived a full life after that situation. They lived.
If they weren't able to get out, then
excuse me. I'll be glad to let you talk.
I'm sorry, you asked me a question, so I was trying to fucking answer it.
If you shut your mouth and stop spurging out like a woman.
One mic at a time, fellas. One mic at a time. Radical Coder, just let Dan land his plane. Dane, hurry up with the question, though.
Okay, cool. So in situations like Corey Ten Boom and people like that, when they lived through horrible, torturous circumstances, and then they were liberated, free, their life improved. Jordan Turpin is another one. You can look up the story of her and her siblings and such. And then they were rescued, and they lived a life after that, a decent life after that. When is death better than life?
So one example of death being better than life is if you have some horrible disease that's like essentially killing you, and you might decide to pull the plug early, right? That would be one example.
How so?
Because that would be a person who's saying, hey, I don't want to go through the rest of this torturous existence where I'm going to die at some point in the near future anyway. So I'd rather just end
So
it
that would
now
be
than go
that
through
would
another
be
2 weeks
an
of this or a month
individual.
of this, a year of this. What?
Okay, so I'm sorry I was interrupting you there. I'm trying to have some decorum with you.
Okay,
so that would be an individual exercising their agency to decide. For instance, I know an old guy that came down with Alzheimer's. He went and bought a pistol at the gun shot. He ended it before his kids had to take care of him. So you're saying that would be an example of someone with agency who exercised their decision to end their life. That would be better than life. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it sounds like they are deciding it would be. I don't know if it's not how I would want it like formalized in law. I think it would be more complex than that, but sure.
I'm not asking you about law. I'm asking you about the machine language, the philosophical situation of when would death be better than life? Yeah. Okay. But aside from that, aside from a situation where an adult, this was like a almost 80-year-old man in the story that I just, mentioned. Aside from that, when would death be better than life?
I can't think of very many examples.
Okay, so generally speaking, life is better than death.
Yeah, which is what I said. Like
this is the slowest build to a stupid point, Dane.
Rabbit hole. Yeah.
Didn't nobody ask you, P. Dusty? Know your role. Shut your mouth. Okay.
Suck it, abortion survivor.
yeah, whatever. So if life is better than death, then that woman who is pregnant and she has that life inside of her, would you agree that allowing that baby to live would be better than killing that baby?
Generally, yes.
Okay. But you believe that she has, as part of her human rights, the right to decide whether or not to kill that baby?
Yes.
Okay. So if she decided to let that baby live, but she were to take some sort of a medication to make that child blind and deaf for the rest of its life while it was in vitro, so that she would get attention, for instance, one reason. So she would get attention. Excuse me, I'm talking. So she would get attention as the mother taking care of a handicapped child. Would there be anything immoral about that with the child living?
Yes, I would consider that immoral. Yes.
How can you objectively defend your position that was immoral when she allowed the child to live?
Well, so the difference is that she's going to take this child to term, right? So she's going. You acknowledge that that's the situation you're describing. She's taking this child to term, gonna go through the full pregnancy, and then she's setting it up, blinding this child that she plans on taking. She ends on birthing. Yeah, that's bad. I think that's bad.
There's something in the background that's distracting from what you were saying. The last few words I didn't get. What was that?
This is bad. It's bad to do.
Why? Why? She's giving life. She's allowing that child to live, which you agreed is better than death. But the child lives and is blind and is deaf and whatever other handicaps that child is born with. But that's better than killing the child. How does that work?
Is it better? That's better than killing? What's better?
So what he's comparing is, look, I'll just explain for you, man. What he's comparing is, once again, basically you said that like suffering. What's the word you used? You said that, well, like if torture. Basically, you said that, well, I can think of certain things that's actually worse than death. Torture would be worse than death. So he's comparing now a scenario where there's torture and there's death, but you're still choosing death over torture. But then you said that torture is worse than death. So why aren't you choosing the worst thing?
Wait, so we're not. I'm not choosing between torture or death. You're giving me. Just gave me a hypothetical where a woman is deciding to carry a pregnancy to term, and she's also going to do this thing where she blinds it. And I'm saying
doesn't kill it. But doesn't kill it. You're right.
But doesn't kill it.
But I also would still, and there's no contradiction.
This is torture.
I'm sorry. I thought I was talking still. There's
torture,
no contradiction here. There's no contradiction here between saying that therefore like the state should still not be allowed to force her to stay pregnant. Like,
how did we get to morality to abortion? Anyways, we were talking about morality generally in Christianity.
Yeah. Real quick. Actually, Dane, real quick. Let me just expound on this real quick, because Dane, it took him a while to get there.
A long time.
Slow, man.
But listen. Let me just say it quickly. He got there, and it was a contradiction within your worldview. So once again, he asked you specific question. Let me demonstrate it real quick, and let me prove it to you how it is. He asked you specific questions. He said that, well, what's worse, life or death? You said that, well, of course, death will be worse than life. I think that, I value life more than death. And then he went to the question about abortion, and then you still was like, no, I still want the women to have that choice. But then you walked it back. Remember, you started walking it back. You was like, well, wait. I think that actually there is something that's worse than death. And you were like, you said that torture would actually be worse than death, because if I'm being tortured so bad, I'll probably choose to just die. I'll probably choose death.
Hearing this argument.
Then he gave you a perfect example where the mother has a choice to abort the baby or to keep the baby, but the mother chooses to torture the baby within the womb. Where if the baby is born, it's gonna come out to be deaf, dumb, and blind. That's how the baby is gonna come out, right? So if the baby came out, that would be torture. But you said that you chose death over torture this time, because you said that, well, I still think that the mother should have the right and the choice to abort the baby, and that would be good. That would be morally good, rather than her choosing to keep the baby.
Wait, so are we talking about whether or not she should abort the child that's deaf, dumb, and blind?
Man,
I don't
yes, man,
like,
yes. How many times he said it slow? I said it fast,
okay.
and you still don't get it.
Okay,
what's going on here?
We need to have abortion up to at least the ninth trimester, probably later.
I think
listen, bro.
Have the right to abort that baby.
I'm just okay.
The question is it morally good? Listen, is it morally good if she keeps the baby?
Sure.
How is it morally good if a torture is worse than death?
I didn't say torture is always worse than death.
If
JB like what?
That's a lie.
That's a lie. You lied, bro.
I said very specifically it's not always worse than death.
If she has the choice, all right, pro-choice, she has the choice to kill that child or not kill that child. And if you agree that killing that child is worse than letting that child live. If she were to do something, if she were to do something to where she let that child live, which you said was better than letting it die, but the child was born with some sort of debilitating handicap that brought her attention and some sort of a benefit, how would that be? Would that be morally better than killing that child?
Where's my coat hanger?
So we're comparing whether it's morally better to get an abortion or to deaf, dumb, and blind the child. And then
have you been to college?
Yeah, but the baby lives.
Have you been to college?
The baby. She's gonna have the baby. She's gonna bring the baby full term, but the baby's gonna be deaf, dumb, and blind due to her decisions.
Yeah. Okay, I think then making the baby deaf, dumb, and blind and giving birth to it would actually be a worse thing than just getting an abortion. I think that would.
How so? If you believe that death is worse than life, do you see that contradiction in your worldview?
Well, no, because I said death isn't always worse than life, so it's not a contradiction, right?
That's bullets.
Okay,
it is a contradiction.
Down here at the bottom,
what's the contradiction? I literally said it's not always worse.
Shoot me.
Down here at the bottom, we have this menopausal guy. Yeah. We have this menopausal guy, Ben Thorpe, down here at the bottom.
How are you?
He's always good for some laughs. And then we got Div and Modded and Maryland. I'm just gonna hush and sit here and sip my whiskey.
Well, I've had a conversation.
Real quick, Ben Thorpe.
Yeah.
It's Modded's turn, and then you're right after him.
Sure.
Modded, because he was in here first.
No problem.
It's Modded, and then it's Ben, and then it's Maryland. Maryland, I got you muted right now because there's some background noise. So if you have to turn off the podcast. Like if you're watching the podcast and you're on here, turn that off. But go ahead, Modded.
Hey, what's going on, Fugazee? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. What's your question?
What's
and
up,
to
Cooley?
who?
So maybe for you seem to be more level-headed, and Mr. Dane, I think. So I was brought up by a single mom, and they led me to believe that men were responsible for women's happiness, stability, safety, not just women, children, and the weak one. But then again, I think we shifted this belief into overprotecting women, prior, prioritizing women, and forgetting about everybody else, and that led to the unfortunate outcome of the destruction of the nuclear family, uh, the the high suicide of men in court and self-inflicted. So I want to know what you think be a good idea to like if you were a lawmaker, what type of law would you bring to balance things out?
What type
Okay,
of what?
is this a question for me? You're asking?
Sure. For the panel in
so
general.
all right, so the single mother epidemic. What law would I do to stop this from happening? To stop, men and women, having negative outcomes where women are single mothers. So one is very simple, man. Most of single most. Oh yeah, it's very simple. So one, I would get rid of the laws that I would put in place. I would fully get rid of the contraceptives. There's no more contraceptives.
What?
There's no more. So
What about
the
pulling out? Is
forms,
that illegal?
you can pull out. You can pull out. You can shoot. You can shoot on the belly if you got good aim. You can shoot wherever you want.
Mass murder, dog.
We getting
You
rid
better
of.
stand back, Dane. Then
We getting rid of the contras. Well, listen to he asked me a question. Let me answer, man. I'll be very concise too. So what I would legislate, if I was a lawmaker, I'll get rid of the contraceptives because basically women would have more stake within the man that they choose to date. They'll have more stake. They would think, and they would be they would discern better because it's like, well, if I get pregnant by this man, I can't get pregnant by the wrong man. So therefore I have to choose a better man. Right. So women would be held accountable for their bad choices. That's going to happen. And women are very smart. Women tend to use logic in many ways. Like they know, well, I'm gonna go for the taller guy because he can protect me. That's using logic. I'm gonna go for the guy that makes more money rather than a broke guy because I want to live a better life. I want my children to live a better life. They do utilize logic. So I think that they would still utilize logic within choosing the men that they sleep with, if they didn't have a comfortable pillow to lay on where, I can have an abortion. They got plan Bs all the way to plan Zs. Take away all those other plans. They'll be more accountable. They'll make better decisions. It will be less single mothers.
But wouldn't that also like increase abortion?
No, contraceptives. There's no more abortions. I'm getting rid of all of it.
Yeah, he would include abortion under that.
Yeah. Oh, he would include abortion. Okay. My second question is, my follow-up question, I guess it is that how do we go about prioritizing kids over women to make things better?
Okay, so how do we go about prioritizing children over women to make things better?
And to balance things overall.
I got an answer.
If you
until the
want to answer, go ahead.
All courts in the Western world automatically gave full custody to the man in almost every situation. And it's always better for the kids. Always
50-50 will work.
Honestly, I would get rid of divorce as well.
Only recently in the 20th century, this idea come up that women are good custodians of children. They're not without men.
Ben, I'm going to need you to stop saying shit I agree with because I don't like you, so I don't want to agree with you.
No, wait, I got one because I know this guy.
Well, Ben
here.
says this because he's a single father, right?
I'm in the middle of an endless bullshit.
Yeah, but your daughter's with you.
28 months long. It's nonsense. The courts.
You don't have to explain it, but I mean, it makes sense. You can understand this.
Yeah, women are great when kids are little, but as kids get older, their dad should always be the leader, even if the mom dips.
Always.
And moms won't dip. And
they don't really want to be around.
Be more careful.
Should always be the leader. Always.
We bring
There's
order.
No bad dads.
No, there are
I actually
bad
don't
dads.
really think there are many bad dads. No.
There are some though, but we bring order. But
Yeah, I mean,
single father
disagree,
homes,
Ben.
single
Very
father
few.
homes produce better outcomes than single mother homes. That's
Did
just
you read that whole study? Did you read that whole study, Dan?
And the reason
No,
for
you
that
didn't.
is that women, it's odd. Women, when they're pulled away from a man, will generally use the kids as weapons. In almost
Yeah.
every case, they will
Not
use the
every
kids as weapons. A
woman.
dad will almost never use his kids as a weapon. He will always prioritize his kids. And that's just the nature of masculinity. And I know there are men who are basically women, like Ryan Radical Coder over here. He is a dangerous man. Now, watch. You guys are wondering, how do you get him? Okay,
He is dangerous.
he actually thinks that it would be okay for a woman to have multiple male partners in a polyamorous relationship, right? And to get pregnant.
Only if he
and
gets
have
to be
kids
one of them.
in that situation.
I don't want to be one of them.
Why are we letting Ben talk?
Because
Ben's trying to
This is
talk.
rage
Let him make his
coming
case.
from you.
which is child abuse. That's child abuse. Having multiple
I don't
men
think that's child
around
abuse,
non-biological kid, that's child abuse. That's a setup. Now women step out.
Wait,
women
parents
have
taking care of a
whatever.
non-biological kid is child abuse?
He's saying if a woman chooses to put a kid in that situation, that's fine. F that kid. He believes child abuse is good. It's fine.
And this is, you're speaking about Radical Coder right now?
Yeah, he believes that like a woman can have
can I
multiple
represent my
male
own
partners.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ben has never once
Yeah,
represented my
let and then Marilyn, you're next.
Am I wrong?
Well, let Radical Coder defend himself. I don't really,
So when
know
say
you
he
guys, so
worships,
go
you
ahead.
say he worships women. He literally worships women. He hates children and he hates men.
Right. So I do think that there are probably like polyamorous like couples and or whatever tuples, what I don't know what the fuck you call them, but like who raise children.
Polycules.
And I don't think that's abusive to have children there. So sure, I guess
You call them whores.
I mean, you can call them whatever you want. I'm just saying I don't think they're abusing their children by being in those like non-traditional relationships.
You don't think
if you
it's
think
abusive
they
for a
are,
woman
that like you have to
to
make that
have
case, right? That's
multiple men around and not even know who the daddy is around kids. You think that
Well, I don't know if they don't know who the dad is or whatever. You're adding more stuff in now than what I
okay,
said.
so but you're saying you don't think it's abusive, but all studies show that it's abusive when there are multiple men around.
Name one.
Kids.
Name one.
Yes. You don't think that a kid deserves a mother and a father?
You said all studies. Name one.
I don't have them on hand.
Yeah, you don't have any because you're making it up, right?
Trust me, bro.
It's common sense.
It's not
You have
common
a
sense. Why
bunch
would you
of
need to
men-
why would you need to reference a study then if it's common sense, Ben?
Well, okay. Who abuses kids? Fathers or stepfathers? In the home. Vast
women,
majority
like-
are stepfathers.
I don't
The
know if
vast
that's
majority are stepfathers, step-parents, right?
I'm not sure.
You don't
I would
think
have to say that's
step-parents
false.
abuse more than biological parents?
I'm not sure. I've heard
I would
that,
say
but I
that's
don't know if
false.
it's true. I've never seen
That's
the data on that.
obviously true.
But I mean,
At
That's
a higher
obvious.
rate.
look at the data.
It's
to figure
definitely
out.
at a-
It's
it's
probably
definitely at a
true
higher
at a
rate.
higher
Tons of data
rate,
that
but
backs
not
that up. Of
not
course that's
absolute
true.
numbers.
It's not numbers, but it's at a higher rate.
I'll just know I'm loving this panel.
So then you're creating.
And we love you
what I'm
too, big
saying
guy.
is, you might have a situation like Madid is in. His mom may have become single for whatever reason. Okay, but wouldn't you think it would be wrong for a woman to have a kid with no father there at all, or would that be a woman?
It would reduce the chances of abuse, according to you, right?
Right, Radical Coder. Do you think?
No,
that
I
would be
don't. I don't
okay?
think it's morally wrong to like for a single either for a single father to adopt a child or for a single mother to give birth to a child. I don't think that's
Okay,
wrong,
so she gets pregnant knowing there's not going to be a dad around, and you think that's fine.
I mean, it's probably
So
going to be
you
harder
hate
unless she
children.
has.
That's all I'm saying.
And-
You hate children.
Okay, I
So
mean,
don't tell us about how you wanna-
That's not how I feel about it, but like that's
You hate
certainly your
mandate
perspective. Man.
anal.
I appreciate you sharing it.
How is that not child abuse?
Butt stuff saves lives.
Wait, being a single parent is child abuse?
Planning to be a single parent is child abuse. Absolutely.
Amen.
Well,
See, and
yeah,
I don't
well-
even like
Wouldn't-
I don't even like Ben. I don't even like
wouldn't it
Ben.
entail
But this thing
Seems
a
like
few
you
years
do.
ago, before Obergefell was ruled, where with the LBGT marriage, and there was the issue where like two women or two men could go through in vitro or adoption or something, and they planned on having a fatherless or a motherless
Right.
family. That is planning on denying that child a parent. That
That's
is
right.
child abuse.
That's
yeah, so
right.
you guys
Yeah,
are
I
characterizing
I
gay
can't
couples as
believe that
inherently
Radical
abusive.
Coder
I
has
see
me
what's going on
agreeing
here.
with
I see.
Ben frickin' Thorpe.
Well,
It's just some
Right.
old school homophobia crap.
I don't know why you
It
thought
is.
you did
Two
That
dads
is
can
that.
raise a
child
kid.
abuse.
Sorry, bad
That
news for
is
you guys.
child
Two dads
abuse.
can raise a kid. Two moms can raise a kid. One mom can raise a kid. One dad can raise a kid.
What do you
Happened to a lot
call
of you,
raising a
probably.
kid? What
I
do you
You
call
can't-
raising a kid, Radical Coder? What do you call
Dude.
raising a kid? Do
Same
you
shit.
just
I'm sure
mean
same shit you
keeping
do,
a kid
except
from
with maybe a few
dying?
exceptions. Maybe I wouldn't teach them that the creator of the universe is mad at them for masturbating or whatever. But
I'm
like,
asking you, what do you consider qualifying as raising a kid other than keeping them from
big
dying?
question. There's a lot of stuff. Like
I'm asking you what it means. I'm asking you what it means.
Survive
trying
and
to
have,
answer,
or
Dane.
socialize well, go to school, like do well in school.
Ryan,
like, have
Ryan,
friends. I don't
Ryan,
know.
use your head for a second. We have 4 black men on this panel. Everyone knows, every black person, most white people know, what is the major problem in the black community? It's that dads aren't present, right?
That's not true, actually. The data actually shows that black men are more likely to be in their child's lives than white men.
Facts.
There is an enormous correlation between the absence of fathers and negative outcomes. It's not just blacks, but in
all families. Yeah. So one, it's a few things. It's not only, I would say that, and the data even shows that Ben is right in this instant. Fathers not being in the homes. It doesn't matter if the data says that, well, there's more black fathers that's around the children. They're not in it's not a patriarch. Like usually the father has no authority in that home to give direction to the child, right? We're speaking about a nuclear family with the child under the roof with the mother and the father produces much better outcomes. And also single father households produces the same outcomes as 2-parent outcomes.
Because they're 2-parent households. If you read the study.
So listen. There's other things though when it comes to the black problem. Is that the void of not enough fathers in the home. There's also education. There's also finances. There's also culture. There's many different things that's involved in it. But fathers not being in the home is the major thing though. That's like number one.
Right.
Is it wrong for single people to adopt?
Adoption is
They're saying it's abusive.
I think that's a loaded question. I think that's a loaded question.
I don't care if you think it's loaded. Ben just said it was abusive.
Radical code. We're talking about in Dane's situation too. Putting a kid on purpose in a situation in which they're deprived of a father is child abuse.
Absolutely. Dusty just asked
Absolutely.
if a single person adopting a child is child abuse, and you just said yes, right?
That is not the same thing. Adoption.
Is a single father adopting a child not intentionally putting that child in a situation where it has one?
No, adoptions happen because adoption should only happen when there's a problem. Don't you agree?
I'm not asking about what you think should happen with adoption. I'm asking you if you think that a single father adopting a child, intentionally choosing to put a child in a single parent household is abuse, which is what you just said.
No.
I didn't say that.
How can the child even be adopted if it wasn't like children have to go to adoption like clinics, facilities for certain reasons where it's like the mother just left and that father just left, or it wasn't a safe environment for that child to live with the mother. It's an emergency situation.
For emergency child abuse in certain circumstances. All right.
By his standard, obviously.
Of course, you have less than ideal
Radical
It's got to
doper.
be out of your mind not to understand the distinction between adopting someone in an emergency situation, which is a beautiful thing, and creating a situation on purpose, which misses a huge part of what it is that a child deserves. Every child should have a mother and father in the home. Obviously, stuff happens, but to say I'm going to deprive the child of this on purpose is child abuse. You hate children.
Why are we letting Ben talk?
Hey, Marilyn, how are you?
Please.
We could do other things.
Listen.
Marilyn, hit me up. We could do other things.
Listen, the chat want to know what's good with you.
Marilyn,
you have those kind of bedroom eyes.
Marilyn. For the record, I'm happily married for 30. I'm happily married for 34 years. I've raised 5 kids, so I ain't in that camp. But that's funny as hell.
That is funny. I ain't in that camp either, man. But listen, Marilyn, this is what happens when you come around, male environments, right?
No,
Right?
I'm gonna find your demon. It may not be the abortion demon, but you got one. So let's go toe to toe.
Who does?
Well, before you, I'm actually gonna bounce, but it has been a pleasure, Cooley. Thank you for having
Radical.
me.
All right, Radical.
Come on,
Radical.
hang in here, man.
Oh, yo, so real quick before you go, we'll be doing another panel. Today Tuesday, we'll be doing another panel. Thursday, we getting it popping.
Okay. Yeah. I think
Run away, boy. Run away. Run away. Run away.
Ryan.
Yeah,
It's
appreciate y'all having me.
demon.
I'm
Radical
Ryan,
Coder.
Radical Coder. I do a lot of debates. I do a lot of panels. I do a lot of fun stuff like that over at my channel, and a lot of politics. I'm a progressive dude, so you can come call me a cuck or whatever. But you'll probably lose the argument at the end of the day. So good luck with
Radical
that.
Coder.
He
Hey,
likes
man.
it. He likes it.
Later.
Radical. Hey, man. If you can hold your dog under your arm like that, you're gay.
Okay, I'm actually leaving to go hang out with my girlfriend. So I can take it out. You guys.
You know that guy believes the government should pay for his dog's health care. Can you believe that?
Man, listen.
Isn't that crazy?
So, Marilyn, you said it's your turn to speak. Do you have a question for the panel?
Yeah, so you feel like you're so righteous and so in the right about everything, but what do you feel about death cults? Like, what do you feel about preparing to die and expecting to die in however many years? Like, why would your voice hold merit if you plan on dying? I guess.
Marilyn, we all plan on dying.
Listen, Marilyn, what kind of question is that? Listen, you are not representing the female gender properly. You're not representing the female sex good tonight. What's going on?
Excuse me?
What kind of question was that?
I'm God, so you need to step in line. Listen here.
You're not God. Don't do that.
You gotta ease people into this, Marilyn.
It's God over man, man
You're
over woman, woman over
and
children.
you're
You're
all
not God. Don't do that.
You're God too. You're just believing lies. That's cool.
No,
Where
I
are
follow
you?
God.
Marilyn, does 2 + 2 equal 4? Always?
It depends. It depends.
How does it depend?
Math is
Make it
not
make
just
sense.
in the math is not just in the ways of numbers, but math is also
Hey,
in the
yo.
ways of order. Math is also in the ways of order, not just the ways of numbers. So you can
I hear you. I hear you.
Can you show me with your
Dane, your mic is not on or something.
I get where Marilyn's coming from. She's coming from a kind of spiritual place. I dig.
I don't
bet
dig.
you do,
What are you,
baby.
Marilyn? What do you believe in? What's your worldview?
I don't believe in anything because I don't even think belief will be in heaven. What do you need belief for in the presence of God for all eternity? What do you need?
Okay, well then, how did angels fall from heaven?
Belief.
How did angels rebel?
Belief requires doubt. I believe you would have followed Lucifer out of heaven as one of the angels because
Man,
you need a master. You don't need a friend and a lover. You need a master. So you need someone that is over you to master over you. You don't need someone that is equal to you and you not take advantage of it and you be a friend. You need someone to be over you so you can be a cuck.
Marilyn, do you need someone to guide you?
Me? No, I'm not a leader or a follower. Ben?
He's a god. Listen to her.
But Marilyn, do you like it when a guy says "good girl"? Do you like that? You like
Yes,
that?
you can tell by the way she laughed. Yeah, she liked it.
You like that?
Yeah, listen, man.
Women are
You
like
not.
that. It's good. It's fun.
Oh God, Ben.
You are not representing the female sex good tonight. You was the only female up here.
She looks great. What are you talking about?
One man.
All right, we
in
got to
my
let
life
Dane
that
represent
did not
women now
think he
again.
knew everything about women.
Listen.
Met one dude that didn't think he knew everything about women. Y'all are so full of shit.
You
But Marilyn, maybe you've been barking up the wrong tree. You know what I mean?
This time.
Listen. For everybody, and Dane, your audio is like still low. But listen, man, I gotta go too. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I gotta eat. My stomach is growling over here. But listen,
Yo, Fugazee, I gotta ask you something real quick.
Mod it. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I know you had debate night the other day about like transsexuality, and I wanted to be a participant if you ever bring it up again,
Oh,
because
you mean
I
like
actually wrote a book about it.
transgenderism?
Yeah, transgender. I
Really?
actually wrote a book.
How long have you been a man?
I've always been a man.
That's a good cover.
Wait. How long have you been a male?
I've always been a male.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, cool.
I just wrote a book.
Oh, you wrote a book.
I just wrote a
Okay,
book.
all right. I think you
And
came
I
in here
came-
before. I think, or you DM'd me or something and was like, "Yo, I
did."
Yeah,
What's the
I
name of the book?
think so.
Didn't you come in before?
The
and
name
you,
of the
before
book,
you
Alternative
made the book?
Approach.
Yeah, you were speaking some nonsense before. I think I don't know, but
No, because
Yeah, I don't
you
remember this.
or maybe we were
misunderstood me. You
misunderstanding.
misunderstood me.
Yeah, maybe we were
Yeah.
misunderstanding one another. Yeah, I think that's what you DM'd me. Okay.
You thought I was in favor of this propaganda, which I'm not. So I'm basically just decoded the psychology. I came up with a theory, and I can explain transsexuality on every individual of any age. So
Okay. All right. Well, all right. Well, yeah. When I do another debate and I have another, transgender up, I don't. That was the only one I ever had up. But if we get another one, then I'll definitely have you up, man.
How do I DM you, or what's your email, or what's up?
So listen, what you want to do is you want to subscribe to the YouTube channel, click the bell icon so you're notified of when I go live, because sometimes I'll be going live random, man. But I am going live this Thursday. So everyone that's watching and you guys on the panel, if you want to, come back in, it's going to be this Thursday at around I'll probably say 7. No, I'll probably go live a little earlier, maybe 6 p.m. But you guys will see it. You'll see the
Y'all know Cooley runs off CP time, so he said
you'll see
you'll
see the thumbnail. You'll see I do, because I'm gonna do an open panel debate myself, but then I'll be going into someone else's panel, and I'm gonna start mine before that. So you guys will see the thumbnail and everything for it, but it is gonna be this Thursday. But listen, man, I gotta go. I gotta grub. My old lady cooked some good food, and I'm finna eat.
What's your cook? What's your cook?
You just ate, fat ass. Chill out.
Run along.
Some rice, no, not rice. She cooked some baked mac, some chicken, and broccoli.
She cooked some baked mac.
Except for the broccoli. I had gumbo tonight.
Yeah, dog. My woman cooked, dog. But all right, man. Peace. Appreciate y'all for tuning into the debate. I'll go ahead and let y'all go. If you got any other super chats, I'll go ahead and honor those. I don't think we do though. But let me check real quick, see what we got. All right, let's take a quick look here. And everybody that's tuning in, I didn't even turn off the Facebook stream. We've been streaming on Facebook this entire time. Hope I don't get canceled off of Facebook. All right, so no more super chats, man. So yeah, man, this was a good debate. I didn't even get to react to any of the clips that I wanted to react to. So, how should I do this? Today's Tuesday. It's basically Wednesday now because it's already 12 a.m. So, open debate night Thursday, and I also will react to some clips on Thursday too. So just stay tuned for that. I was going to make it tomorrow, but I got a lot of stuff that I got to do tomorrow. But anyways, thanks for tuning in. This podcast was No Fugazi. Hit the like button before you go so this content gets pushed into the algorithm. Peace.
No Fugazi. Fugazi.
And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.